Yo. October 10th, 2010. That was the date when My Little Pony Friendship is Magic officially debuted on the TV channel Hub Network, it being the fourth generation of a series about talking colorful ponies that have magic powers, made specifically for the target demographic of young girls. This was also the date when the landscape of the internet at large would be changed forever after, when said show left its target demographic, from young girls to adult men, browsing places like that of 4chan. What started as a sort of joke spiraled into one of the most dedicated and well-documented internet phenomenons ever known. That of the Brony, a man, or a bro, who enjoys watching My Little Pony. I'm sure I don't need to go into detail about what a Brony is. Odds are, if you spend any degree of time online in the last decade and a half, you will have no doubt heard of Bronies, possibly even interacted with them in some way, shape, or form, or seen or heard of the many antics that surround the Brony community. After all, it's not as if they exactly made themselves hidden in all of this time. From fan art, animations, comics, fan fiction, games, music, conventions, entire YouTube channels, and an internet movement have all been made under the banner of the Brony. And so too has it become home to some of the most heinous, creepy, and frankly strange people on the internet as well. It didn't help that as Bronies rose to prominence online, so did what they call cringe culture, or more accurately, people taking an interest in strange or bizarre people, and often mocking them. To be fair, I think most people who describe cringe culture seem to be younger, and believe it to be some sort of phase of the internet that it went through and that eventually ended, with many often saying, cringe culture is dead. This isn't accurate though, because truth be told, humanity has always had an interest in the strange and the bizarre, and the cringy, as some would put it now. And if we're only just counting the internet in this equation, then it has certainly been the case since its very inception to now on this very day. I go on this preamble because while interest in strange or interesting individuals is and always has been around, Bronies are rather unique in that they sprang up at a really perfect moment in time when there was starting to be a lot of channels here on YouTube eager to make content about all things cringe. And it's why, if you go to YouTube and look back around videos uploaded on 2015 or so, and watch any of those 10-year-old cringe comp videos, you are almost guaranteed to see at least one clip of a guy who loves colorful cartoon ponies in there at some point.
What do you consider manly? Some would say Arnold Schwarzenegger and his muscles. Others would say Sylvester Stallone and his amazing jaw of justice. And some would even say Bruce Campbell and that chin. But what does an oddball such as myself consider manly? My Little Pony, friendship is magic. Now I know what some of you are thinking. You watch a show for little girls? Well, contrary to what you may think, there are more male teen to adult fans than there are young girl fans. That's how much of a phenomenon it has become. There are tons of internet jokes and hundreds of thousands of fans known as Bronies. In case you can't tell, I'm one of them.
What up, everybody? I'm eating Doritos. I'm sorry. We've gotten out of the airport, and we are in a hotel room in Baltimore. That is my dad. Say hi, Dad.
Hey, dudes.
We are right next to a new casino. The Horseshoe. There's people down there. And there's the Baltimore city of Baltimore.
Bronies, and by extension, My Little Pony, was near inescapable during this time frame, and I remember seeing it absolutely everywhere, and even remember watching a few documentaries on them at the time, but personally never took any interest in the actual cartoon itself. And that came mostly because of clips of people talking about how important and deep and really groundbreaking the show was, only to then be followed up by a clip of, well, a little kid's cartoon. Not that that's a bad thing, mind you. My Little Pony was a cartoon made for little kids. But for that reason, I just never saw what the appeal was for adult men, not just simply watching and casually enjoying the cartoon, but making it literally their entire identity for some time. But regardless, all the same, this trend did too, with time, start to wax and wane a bit, as the Generation 4 show came to an end, and then the 5th generation show came into prominence. The conventions that were once everywhere started to become less and less popular, and while Bronies never fully went away, I suppose the novelty of it sort of did. And hell, there were even several dedicated Bronies that would move on to do something else, be it another kid's cartoon, or perhaps anime, or maybe just evolving into a full-blown furry. All the same though, while many moved on to other things, as MLP Generation 5 proved to not be to most Bronies' liking for one reason or another, some Bronies refused to move on. Some in fact only grew more passionate, more dedicated, and more vocal for their undying love of this cartoon series, as did their love, and I do mean that kind of love, for these colorful horse characters. And so enters the main character of our story today, a Brony that was not only there from the very start of the fandom, but so too never let it go, and continues to this very day to express his love, passion, and arousal for these magical ponies. Today, my friends, we shall be looking at the fable of Brandon T. Hackworth, a man who has dedicated his life to My Little Pony and the lovely mares there within. A man who has fought his way through countless controversies, created hundreds of pieces of art, and refuses to give up his love and lust for these cartoon ponies. A living legend, a perfect archetype of what a Brony is to the mind's eye. A man who some have been so bold as to call the king of the Bronies. This is the story of Brandon the Brony Pony, the most dedicated Brony and gooner ever born.
This does not even deserve the captain's log introduction, because this is dead serious.
So I've got a message out there for every fucking troll with a headset and a copy of Mars work.
Excuse me, I have some memories I need to repress.
I hate the N-word, and by N-word, I mean nerd, not...
Hello, gamer fans. Spax here.
Everyone, I'm so glad you're still watching ADGN after 15 years.
Brandon T. Hackworth, born January 28th of 1999, is in so many ways almost the perfect archetype of what I think most people, fairly or not, would imagine a Brony to be. An autistic, arrested development, extremely passionate, and creative weirdo who seems happy to express how much he loves this little girl's cartoon, almost as much as he is willing to express how much he wants to fuck the various colorful horses that can be found there within, as is showcased throughout countless numbers of art through both his DeviantArt page and YouTube channel. That YouTube channel being Brandon Brony Pony Productions, though it does have a tendency to change names from time to time, that is the name that he usually falls back onto. But I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, because Brandon is more than just a brony. He is one of the most dedicated and befuddling internet figures I've ever come across, and also one of the funniest for all the wrong reasons. Truth be told, there are those who have made videos on Brandon before, but no one has taken the time to actually watch all, and I do mean all, of Brandon's YouTube videos. Pay attention to and analyze the multiple series and lore there within that he has made over the years. All of these stories where he inserts himself into the Pony universe, as well as others. No shade meant to be thrown, but these videos tend to only focus on Brandon's frankly bizarre controversies he's gotten himself into, which we'll of course be going over today as well, but in doing so, they also tend to miss on what is frankly some keynote internet cringe content. But that's why I'm here. Today we'll be starting from the beginning and working our way to the present of Brandon's strange online career, bouncing between his YouTube channel and his DeviantArt page, through the various arcs that he's gone through, and really do a deep dive into this bizarre little rabbit hole that only gets stranger and more insane the longer you look into it. So, with that in mind, our trek begins in mid-2017, when Brandon would upload his very first video onto his YouTube channel, a video where he simply unboxes his then brand new Nintendo Switch console.
Hey Pony, it's me, Brandon Hackworth. Just wanted to do a video for all of you guys. Guess what I've got to unbox for all of you today? It's a big thing. I'm a little late, but I think it was worth the wait, and I finally got it. I've got the Nintendo Switch. I've got it, Pony.
It's pretty normal. However, his first real videos, I'd say, and foray into brony content for that matter, would be these videos where he does these, as he calls them, audios, with these first ones he ever created having him confess his love to Equestria Girl's character, Sunset.
Hey, Sunset? What you writing about?
What? Nothing.
Okay. Well, anyway, Sunset, I sorta just came in because I just wanted to say thank you.
For what?
For being such an amazing friend. You really have been an amazing friend to me lately, Sunset, and you've really shown me that friendship really is magic, and you're the most amazing friend I've ever had, and
Sure, no problem.
Just earlier, you weren't by any chance writing anything about me, were you?
What? No. Why?
Oh, no special reason. Just curious is all. But Sunset, I just wanted you to know that you're a really amazing friend, and to be honest, I actually think that you're really pretty. Actually, really beautiful. Just thought I should sort of put that out there.
Thanks. I'm glad you noticed.
No problem, Sunset.
Now, I feel I should just very quickly note that, for those unfamiliar, Equestria Girls was a spin-off of sorts to My Little Pony at the time, where the Pony girls were now human girls. It also seemed to focus more on high school shenanigans and also took place in a more modern-ish sort of world, rather than the more purely fantasy setting of the original cartoon. That's frankly all you really need to know, as it will be coming up again several times more throughout this video. The second thing to note is this style of video, which again Brandon calls an audio. These audios are going to become a common occurrence for us to briefly look at, as Brandon has made well over 100 of these at this point. I'd say that would make them his favorite sort of content to make, but I'm not actually sure that's true. I think they're just simply the easiest means of getting a story across for both the audience as well as himself, I'm fairly certain, as these audio videos usually only have a single picture for visuals, and play out like an audio drama or roleplay, where Brandon usually confesses his love or has a sweet or intimate moment with, some sort of character. And while this one might have had just used clips from the show as a sort of Frankenstein way of making the character react to his confession, as we go on, Brandon will come to utilize AI, and more commonly, hire voice actresses to play out these little role plays for him.
Man, it hasn't rained this hard in a millennia.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty crazy. But hey, at least I'm in here with you, where it's warm.
And I wouldn't have it any other way, you big dork.
Hey, I'm not a dork.
Correction, you are a dork because I say so, and that's completely okay with me.
Okay. Well, this is my first time being alone with you, Starly, so I'm a little bit nervous. Sorry.
Hey, don't be. I don't care if you're nervous. Honestly, I find it adorable.
Come on, stop it.
Oh, why? I like teasing you. I just can't get enough of it. You sure are warm.
I am?
Now just shush and accept it.
You got it.
Since we're alone together, how about we play some games?
Oh, sure. I'd love to, Sunset. That, definitely sounds cool.
Good. Now get over here. I've saved a spot on the couch, right next to me.
Okay, coming.
Now, since you're my special guest, I'll let you pick the game. What are you feeling, Brandon?
I'm not sure.
That's okay. If you're not sure, I'll just pick. How about Extreme Road Brawler 2, The Final Foes?
Sure. Sounds good to me.
Good. It's settled then. Luckily, I've got the digital version of the game, because honestly, switching out cartridges is just a hassle. Don't think I'm gonna go easy on you just cause I'm your girlfriend.
I wouldn't have it any other way, Sunset.
Good. Let's begin.
Aw, man. Well, whatever. It's no big deal. Good job, Sunset.
Oh, hey. Sorry, I guess I got a bit full of myself there. I don't care what anyone says. You're always a winner to me, Brandon. Mwah.
Thanks, babe.
Yeah, don't mention it. You feel any better?
Yeah, I think so. Even though I lost, I'm happy for you that you won. I guess fighting games just aren't my thing, but they're definitely yours. You're really good at games, Sunset.
Aw, thanks, Bran. But I'm really no better than anyone else.
Of course you are. You're insanely good. I think you dominated in a fighting game tournament.
Wow, that's, really sweet of you to say. I appreciate your support.
It's nothing really.
Are you kidding? Of course it is.
Also, fun fact, during this time, Brandon seemed to be going under the username of Brandon the Unicorn, which he would later go on to change into Brandon the Stallion, both of which were emblematic of his Brony self-insert character he would use a lot during this time frame, as well as Brandon's kind of fickle nature, as he frequently, to this very day, is prone to randomly changing his channel's name for bits of time, usually to reflect a change in arcs of interest. During these early days, however, Brandon would also do several blind reactions to MLP related stuff, like new episodes coming out. He would also make several speed paints where he seemed to use both Photoshop and MS Paint for some odd reason. Which leads nicely into bringing up that during this time, Brandon had also begun posting his artwork to DeviantArt, of which his account profile reads as follows. Quote, "Hey there every pony, I'm just a guy with a ton of pony and human waifus, who loves to make audio content about shipping me with different characters, as well as multiple series about talking ponies, interacting with humans, and much more." Unquote. This was indeed the case, as looking back to his early artwork here reveals Brandon's one-track mind. Well, I guess two-track mind. See, because Brandon at the time had two waifus, two characters who he seemed to love with all of his heart. That being Equestria Girl's Sunset and My Little Pony's Starlight Glimmer. And Starlight in particular seemed to be his main squeeze, with him making countless pieces of art centered around them both, with them doing everything from kissing, cuddling, spending Christmas together, etc. All done with his Little Pony OC, which at the time had a cookie cutie mark, which if you're not familiar, a cutie mark on their back leg is supposed to signify something about their character or purpose or whatever. Brandon's, of course, is a cookie because, well, in his own words, he loves to eat. Yeah, there's no other special meaning. Bro just loves stuffing his face. At least he's honest. As it seems he likes stuffing things in other places too, since there is also this picture he made of Starlight Glimmer and him being caught by, Spike the Dragon. The description of this one reads, quote, "Hey Starlight, Twilight wants to, so Brandon, how about we take this fun to the next level?" Smirks seductively at me, giving me bedroom eyes. Me, sure. My face is scarlet red. Twilight! Unquote. There's also this fine piece where Starlight Glimmer is, pregnant with his child. That's right, Brandon's gonna be a dad. But again, I did say he had two loves, and there is also plenty of art of him and Sunset from this time frame as well, doing all the sort of stuff you would expect from that, including, yes, having sex with her, which I have to censor here, but it is rather crazy that he uploaded all the same, with this one having some rather funny and strange comment reactions. Quote, "Oh, huh? Just in a loss of words. Oh, this should be good." What's wrong? Censored! Censored! When you can't see the pic cause I'm not 18. I'm with you, bud. Same. Bro, I mean this sincerely. What are you children doing here? This is hot. Wow, we're getting physical now, aren't we? And on the note of comments, there's this rather funny interaction that I found from underneath the picture of this piece of fine art featuring, human form Brandon pressing his face into, Starlight Glimmer's ass, with the following exchange being able to be found just beneath it. Quote, "Wiggles it gently as Brandon hugs it. I hope this is the only flank you hug." Heh, of course it will be, my princess. I would sit down, but I got this cute dork hugging my flank. What the hell is even going on here? Average zoophilia moment, unquote. Now that's, already quite weird. But you might be wondering, is someone actually role-playing with Brandon as his pony girlfriend? Why yes, someone certainly is. That someone being, himself. Yeah, this account was made specifically by Brandon so that he could publicly roleplay with himself, have her comment underneath his posts and what have you. And one can only imagine what he might have done with that said account, role-playing with himself via DeviantArt DMs. And while that is certainly quite strange, it is, nonetheless, quite considerably tame as compared to the wild shit that we'll be looking at as this video goes on. Trust me. During this time, Brandon also briefly had a thing for the Loud House character Lenny, and even made this image he called his Waifu Triforce, where it features, well, his three waifus. However, this would prove to not last more than a few images that I have shown on screen now, so I guess he must have lost interest in her pretty quickly. He could have also gotten some backlash for him, you know, being attracted to like a underage character, though if we're gonna get into that, I suppose all of these characters, to my knowledge, are underage. All the same though, he lost interest in the Loud House one, but the other two, his waifu duo, you could say, he was still quite passionate about. Not just over here on DeviantArt, but also through his various YouTube videos that he would come to make during this time frame. Brandon was doing more of the audio stuff that we showed before. He also did other typical stuff like show off his video game collection and give the terrible lore that he only ever plays video games once. Shaking my fucking head. Anyway though, then by March 7th of 2020, Brandon would go on to make a video titled Dear Brandon, We Need You, where he has Twilight Sparkle write him a letter of great urgency.
Dear Brandon, there's an emergency in Equestria and we need you, but most importantly Starlight needs you. You must come, for the sake of all Equestria. A portal will open up outside in approximately 30 minutes. We'll be awaiting your arrival. Your friend, Twilight Sparkle.
Now I bring this video up in particular because it would be the first time Brandon has started playing with the idea of him going to Equestria with a narrative purpose. And this was no doubt influenced by a YouTube series he was extremely inspired by, one by the name of Earth to Pony. Now, I don't want to go down this rabbit hole quite yet, because frankly, it may be worth its own video itself sometime in the future. But Earth to Pony is basically a YouTube series about a dude who has all the MLP characters come to Earth, because he's the chosen one to defeat some great evil, or something like that. Shenanigans, adventure, and yes, romance between man and mare then ensues. While I'm not sure if this is the exact origin point of this concept on YouTube, I can say that Earth to Pony is one of those YouTube series that as I researched for this video, I found was extremely influential in the larger Brony YouTuber community, with there being several other examples of YouTubers who played out this exact same concept for better or for worse. Which fascinated me, because it was kind of like those classic cringe content pictures where a dude awkwardly is standing there next to his anime waifu, or pony, or, you know, whatever else you'd expect to find from DeviantArt. Very just an RPG coded sort of stuff, you know what I mean? Except these were not just pictures, but entire videos of that concept, with some level of animation, be it cheaply done or with some level of skill to better have the characters look like they're actually a part of the real world now. Which I suppose then leads into where Brandon's channel would ultimately end up going. Around July 9th, 2020, Brandon would do a podcast of sorts where he and his friend First Zack Attack would speculate on what will be coming next in the next season of Earth to Pony, the two of them being really big fans of the series. And this podcast alone has some pretty choice clips and lore about the two, like how both of these individuals actually have crushes on animated horse characters, or how Zack Attack has plans to make a series like that of Earth to Pony, of his own, that would feature the both of them meeting up with their beloved ponies in video format.
Yeah, I hope they do go to Equestria in a future episode. That would be really exciting, because those are probably always my favorite parts of Pony Meets World whenever we travel to Equestria, so, yeah.
Well, when I do my series of Earth to Pony, and especially once this pandemic is over, or when we can find a safer way to do this until further notice.
Yeah.
I still have plans where you and I are going to Equestria, dude. Because you are definitely part of this. You're definitely part of this project. Brandon is definitely going to be part of this Earth to Pony project.
Yeah, I'm hoping as long as my aunt lets me and we can get it all set up. But yeah, I'm really hoping I'll be able to be in a series.
Well, she has contact with my mom, so we'll work it out.
Yeah, but anyway, as for the next topic would be Joey Lestia. This is an exciting one. Do we think Joey is gonna have enough bravery to admit his feelings to Celestia sometime, like even if it's not this season, maybe the next season of Earth to Pony? Do we think Joey is gonna finally man up and tell Celestia he loves her, and Celestia is gonna accept him, and they're gonna maybe, if not a kiss on the lips, maybe at least a kiss on the cheek or something, like just a little peck on the cheek? Do you think that's gonna happen in Earth to Pony at all? Do you think there's anywhere we could fit it in?
What about a little boop on the nose?
That would be cool too, yeah. But like, do we think this is gonna happen? Like, is Joey gonna be brave enough to tell Celestia how he feels?
Well, that would have to be up to Joey and Celestia, because they keep blushing every time they see each other. So
I know, that's true.
Yeah, but at some point during the series, maybe it might be a little bit of.
Yeah, that would be funny. Yeah, it would be pretty cool to actually see them like hook up. You know, because as you know, I am a fan of like Ocean Canon stuff. So, being a ship artist myself. So
yeah, I haven't forgot about your love life for Starlight.
Yeah, I definitely love Starlight a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, you're in love with Starlight, and I'm in love with Twilight. Wait, what?
It's okay. But yeah, I really hope that Joey Lestia happens in the series. Like, I think all his fans want to see that. Like, pretty much. I think all of Joey's fans want to see Joey Lestia happen. So I guess it's really up to Joey whether he wants to make himself be brave enough, but yeah, I'm hoping that happens. I figured that would probably be a pretty.
Say that out loud.
Yeah, that's funny. It's okay.
However, the fruits of this idea wouldn't come to be till a bit later. Around this time, he also got an iPad for drawing, and would thus change his Brony Pony cutie mark from that of a cookie to an iPad. Brandon would then begin his illustrious career as a singer, doing a duet with a VA, covering songs from both Beauty and the Beast and the Aladdin Disney films. And, well, I suppose I really ought to just show you some of them so that you can know the true talent, skill, and vocal range of Brandon the Brony Pony.
There's something sweet, it's almost kind. But he was mean and he was coarse and unrefined. But now he's dear and so unsure. I wonder why I didn't see it there before.
She glanced this way right when I looked, and when we touched she didn't shudder at my hoof. No, it can't be, I'll just ignore. But then she's never looked at me that way before.
New and a bit alarming. Who'd have ever thought that this could be?
I can show you the world, gleaming, glimmering, splendid. Tell me, Starlight, now when did you last let your heart decide? I can open your eyes, take you wonder by wonder, over, sideways, and under, on a magic carpet ride. A whole new world, a new fantastic point of view. No one to tell us no, or where to go, or say we're only dreaming.
A whole new world, a dazzling place I never knew. But now from way up here, it's crystal clear. But now I'm in a whole new world
now
with
I'm
you.
In a whole new world with
Unbelievable.
Really brings a tear to your eye, doesn't it? Then, after a ton of trailers and teasers for the project, by December 1st, 2020, Brandon would release the first in what would become a true pattern of insanity for him on the channel. The first episode of a fan series he called Brony Meets Equestria, where he, a Brony, goes to, Equestria. So, let's see some of it.
Hey there, everyone. My name's Brandon Hackworth. I love delicious food, I love playing video games, I'm super energetic, and...
Bran? Wrong script.
Oh, right. My bad. What I meant to say was, today I'm going to tell you all the story of how my life changed forever. I never imagined that my life would take such a drastic turn. What happened to me was truly magical, and I never expected my life to change this much either. But I couldn't be happier for this change. Being a fan of My Little Pony, I I never thought I'd get the chance to finally live my ultimate dream. Getting to travel to the most amazing place ever. That being the land of...
Bran, perhaps it's best to just let them see for themselves.
Oh, right. Sorry. You're probably right.
Yes, before anyone asks, that is in fact where he actually lives. And the following has got to be one of the most overacted, yet confoundedly, minimalistically acted out scenes ever put onto the web, where Brandon seems to be quite surprised, puzzled, shocked, and spooked by the fact that his computer starts acting up and shooting a strange mist into his room.
Let's see, what should I search for? I think, search for, let's see, Starlight and Trixie Picnic. Right, man, I sure wish I could go to Equestria and meet Starlight. That would be like an ultimate dream. Like, that would make me the happiest brony alive. Let's go to the video.
I know how hard you've been working lately, so I figured you could use it.
What the heck? Did the video just glitch? Nah, this must just be some kind of weird. Did Starlight's voice just glitch? That's weird. What's going on? That's odd. Wait, why is my computer screen glitching? It's like, is there some sort of virus or something? Is there something wrong with my computer? Okay. Whoa. What is this swirling vortex thing? What the heck? What's going on? Okay, this is really freaky. Is this some sort of like ransomware or something? What the heck? What the heck? Is the door stuck? What's going on? Don Jr., Mary! Can you guys hear me? I can't even hear anything outside. What the heck's going on? It's like completely silent out there. John Jr., Mary! What the heck? Okay, this is really freaking me out right now. What the heck are these magical sparks emitting from the door? Okay, this is really freaky right now. Okay, this is weird. What's with this weird mist? What the heck? I can't feel it, but I can see it. What the heck? It's like this weird, strange mist in the air. Okay, this is really starting to freak me out now. Okay, this is seriously starting to freak me out. It's like some kind of weird witchcraft or something. It's crazy. This is really freaky. Okay, I don't know what's going on, but this is starting to actually scare me right now. Did some sort of ghost take control of my laptop? Okay, this is really freaking me out right now. Whoa, did my hand just pass through the computer screen? Whoa!
Take a shot every time bro says, "This is really frickin' weird." I'm not responsible for what's left of you after that, though. Anyway, Brandon Halfwit ends up in Equestria, where he proceeds to, well, do this.
I'm actually in Equestria. This is actually the apple orchard. Oh my god. This is real. Oh my god. This is insane. Oh my god, I'm actually in Equestria. Oh, I can't believe this. I need to hit myself to see if this is actually real. Ow! Okay, this is definitely real. It's not a lucid dream. Wow, this is amazing.
Yes, that is indeed pretty funny, but not nearly as funny as when this greaseball walks up into Ponyville, only for all the ponies to be scared of him. Well, except for, of course, his true love sweet, Starlight Glimmer.
Wow, there it is. Ponyville. I can't believe this. This is actually happening. Okay, I take a deep breath. I can do this. I can do this. Let's go in there. Almost there, almost there. Here we go. Oh my god, I'm so excited. This is so awesome. Oh my god. I just can't get over how amazing this is. Wow. Oh man. Oh, I just love this. Look, I can like see all the ponies everywhere. It's just, oh man, my mind is literally just blown right now. Wait. Wait, why are you guys hiding? Oh, I think I know why. It's because you've never seen a creature like me before. It's okay, I mean you guys no harm. My name is Brandon Hackworth. I'm what you would call a human. I come in peace, I promise.
Wow, there she is. Starlight Glimmer. She's so much more beautiful in person. Or would it be in Pony?
Don't worry, I'll help you out. They're just not used to humans. Let's just say I've had experience with them.
Attention, every pony! Hear my voice and listen!
Brandon here is telling the truth. Well, I don't know where it comes from, but I can tell that what he's saying is true. I know when some pony or some creature is lying. I can sense these sort of things. I can assure you that this human is safe.
Starlight here is telling the truth. I'm not gonna hurt any of you guys. I came here through some sort of freaking magic.
After that awkward exchange, we then have Brandon meet with the main 6 pony girls. And, well, I suppose I'll just go ahead and show you some of that scene too.
These are my friends. Girls, this is Brandon. Care to introduce yourselves?
Sup, Brandon? Name's Rainbow Dash. I'm a Wonderbolt. I'm the fastest flyer in Equestria. And I'm like, totally awesome.
Howdy there, Sugar Cube. My name's Applejack. Pleasure making your acquaintance.
Hello, Brandon, darling. My name is Rarity. It's very nice to meet you, dear.
Hello there, Brandon. I'm Fluttershy. It's very wonderful to meet you.
Hi, my name's Pinkie Pie. I'm only like the best party pony around. Oh my gosh, that reminds me. You're new here, so you know what that means? Oh, welcome to Ponyville Party! Woo!
Alright, Pinkie, calm down. Although, now that you mentioned a welcome to Ponyville Party, that actually does get me really excited. Sorry.
What are you sorry for? We're all friends here. We don't judge, dude.
Hey, Brandon?
Yeah, Starlight? What's up?
Do you think you could explain more about where you come from and how you got here?
Okay, sure. I guess I can tell you how I got here and about my world. Okay, this is gonna be a long one. It all started when I made a wish to come to Equestria, and I got sucked into my laptop.
So, let me get this straight. In your world, we're cartoon characters?
And there's a deadly virus spreading across your world and hurting people? That's absolutely terrible.
Pro tip for anyone writing fanfiction, a series, a movie, or frankly, anything. If the words, "so let me get this straight," comes out of any character's mouth, especially after a time skip where a bunch of stuff that was more than likely explained to other characters that we, the audience, already know because we witnessed it happen, please cut that shit out. You had a time skip because you didn't want to be redundant, and yet you chose to be redundant anyway by just having a character repeat the information to everyone anyway. Now, I'm not going to be too hard on old Brandon here, since it's clear he has other motives for why he made this, but take that as another random Dylan the Night Owl writing tip. Anyway, the video ends like this.
Where's the portal?
The portal's gone. I have no way back home. I'm stuck here in Equestria forever.
Now sadly, this episode 1 of the Brony Meets Equestria show would subsequently end right here, as even the upload notes that the show is discontinued. But then you might be wondering, I thought you said he made a bunch of these, that this was the start of a true pattern of insanity for his channel. And well, don't you worry. This is far, far from the only time Brandon will be attempting to weave this sort of story, where he is brought into the world of ponies, pursue all his hopes and dreams of doing quite terrible things to these horsefolk. However, before this first series was cancelled, Initially, Brandon set up a GoFundMe page and uploaded a video titled "Help Make Brony Meets Equestria Happen," where he asks for help since his friend Zach didn't feel up to animating more of the series, and Brandon also apparently wanted/needed to pay his cousin to film more of the series for him, and he wanted to pay a new animator for the series so Zach wouldn't have to do it. Both of which are pretty funny revelations, as I'm pretty sure Zach wasn't interested in animating more of this series because he himself had bigger plans he wanted to do with Brandon, which we'll get into what those were in a moment. Meanwhile, I just find it funny that Brandon's cousin had to film all that stuff for him on a green screen and stuff, because it means that some of his family is aware of his undying love and attraction to ponies. And mind you, it doesn't take much to film these things either, which means his cousin is probably making Brandon pay him less for the work that he'll be doing for him, and more as a general cringe observation fee. At any rate, as far as I'm aware, this GoFundMe didn't get any donations, or certainly not enough to keep the whole thing going. However, Brandon would not be perturbed, as he would end up trying a few other things around this time, including reaction videos. In particular, one for when Sephiroth got introduced into Smash Bros.
What the heck? Wait a minute, wait a second. Who is I recognize the song? What? Sephiroth?
As well as showing off the new Snowball microphone that Zack Attack got him for Christmas. How very nice. Zack Attack is a real bro. However, by December 31st, he was already talking about and making teasers for a new series of videos entitled Brony Meets Equestria Girls, where he goes to the Equestria Girls world instead.
Coming to the Brandon the Brony Pony YouTube channel in 2021.
The magic is going haywire, and I have no idea how to fix it. Do you know what's not rigged? The laws of physics.
Introducing Brony Meets Equestria Girls. Join Brandon as he gets sucked into his TV and ends up in the metropolitan city known as Canterlot City. Brandon is 16 again, and he has to go back to high school. Find out what happens when Brandon meets his high school sweetheart, Sunset Shimmer.
Well, someone is quite the smitten kitten.
He'll become friends with her and watch as a beautiful love blooms between the two. Enjoy this slice of life story with random shenanigans with your favorite band, the Rainbows.
We're awesome!
And also a bit of adventure too. Don't miss Brony Meets Equestria Girls, right here on the Brandon the Brony Pony YouTube channel.
Hey, at least they're not ponies. It's not zoophilia now. Now they're just teenagers. Oh, well, at any rate. Around this time, Brandon of course kept up his art over on DA, with some of these pieces being examples of the stuff made around that time point. Quote, "I still can't believe we're actually a couple now. It's so awesome. You've been saying that ever since we got together. You're such a dork, Brandon, but you're my dork. I love you." "I love you too, Starly. Thanks for agreeing to stay up past midnight with me. Don't mention it, cutie. Anything for my adorable boyfriend. You ready to kiss me, you big hunk? Pucker up, cutie." Okay. Yeah, I'm ready, Starly. You're so adorable when you're nervous." Unquote. He also seems to have gotten a Starlight Glimmer plush, and I would say at this point, if you happen to see a picture of a plush on DeviantArt period, you can know that its fate is worse than death. Speaking of things worse than death, Brandon also seemed to have gotten into some rather odd things at around this time. More fetishistic things, such as this one where Princess Celestia is towering over a city and destroying it. Or this one where some tiny little people are getting eaten by a pony. These were rather strange, as nothing up until this point would indicate that Brandon might have a macro fetish or a vor fetish, but that was starting to slowly change, as were his tastes in pony, as he decided that in addition to loving Starlight Glimmer and Sunset, He also now had a thing for the main character of Generation 4 My Little Pony, Twilight Sparkle herself, which he expressed through an audio he made of himself with Twilight Sparkle, entitled MLP Love Under the Sparkling Twilight.
I'm here, Twi. I'm not late, am I?
Oh, Brandon. No, not at all. I just finished setting up the telescope. Please, come sit down.
Oh, good. I was worried I'd miss out on seeing the equestrian lights, and most importantly, you.
Oh, no. That's not due for another 7 minutes and 27 seconds. I took the liberty of calculating the precise time the light should appear in the sky. I just hope the scenery is as mesmerizing as Kaden said it was. She actually told me about it when I was a filly.
I'm sure it'll be mesmerizing, yeah. But one thing is for certain. No lights will be as mesmerizing as you, Twilight. You're the most beautiful light in the night sky.
Aw, you sure know how to make a mare smile, don't you?
Well, I mean, I try for you.
Bran? You there?
Huh? Oh, yeah, sorry. I kinda spaced out a bit. You just look so pretty when you talk.
Alright, Romeo. Actually, now that I think of it, Brandon, there's something I've wanted to ask you for a while now.
Sure, what's up?
Well, say a certain mare, whom you've known for years, decided to tell you straight away that she might potentially have feelings for you and say that they're in love with you. How would you respond?
Well, I guess I would tell her that I appreciate it, and depending on the mare, I'd probably return the affection. And I'd probably tell her that she's the most beautiful mare I've ever seen, and that I would be lucky to have such an amazing girl in my life. What makes you ask?
Well, Brendan, the truth is, I love you. Oh no, I must have confessed to him too quickly. What if he says no? What if he doesn't feel the same way? What if I'm not good enough for him?
Wait, hold on. What? I don't get it. You love me? But why? I mean, what could a guy like me have possibly done to earn your affection?
Because you're kind and honest, and I love you in your own unique way. I especially admire the way you think I'm beautiful and smart at the same time, and the fact that you understand me.
Wow. Just wow. Well, I guess I might as well say it then.
You don't have to say anything. I know I'm not the one for you at all. It's clear you deserve better.
What? No, that's not it at all. The truth is, Twilight, I love you too.
Really?
Yes, really. I've wanted to tell you for a long time. You're beautiful, kind, and you're always willing to do anything for your friends. You really are worthy of the title of the Princess of Friendship. And there's no rule that says the Princess of Friendship can't fall in love.
Oh, Brendan, I'm really glad you told me all this. And I suppose you're right about that. I guess friendship isn't this princess's only strong suit.
He also uploaded the first video he ever made from back in 2009 around this time, where a 10-year-old him sort of seems excited and laughs at something on his computer screen, and then randomly raises up his shirt to the screen for whatever reason. It's not that important of a video, but it is interesting in that in the video's description, the name of his original channel from back then is revealed, him going by 100 Super Mario fan back then. There's nothing much of note here on this original channel either, but I figured I'd note it all the same. What is of note, however, is around a year after Brandon's initial Brony and Equestria concept had failed. By 2021, Brandon and Zach would then premiere the first episode of their collaboration series that I believe Zach was originally planning to do a couple years back. That being the premiere of Ponies on Earth Episode 1. And without question, this is one of my favorite videos from this channel. It is a true YouTube cinematic masterpiece. One that I truly feel more people should be aware of and check out, especially if you're into strange, bizarre, and Kino internet content like I am. So, with that said, let's dive right into it. The video starts with, instead of Brandon, us getting introduced to Zack Attack. And well, I suppose I'll let him introduce himself.
What's up? The name's Zack. You can call me Zack M. And I know what you're probably thinking. You're thinking to yourself, hey, who is this dude? Where's Brandon? We want Brandon. But we'll get to that in a bit.
I swear to God, at the very beginning of this video, it sounds like he's gonna start rapping. Also, I mean this in the most respectable way possible, but Zack really looks like a character that would naturally be named Snowwitz or fucking Thumblethorpe. He just has that energy, you know what I mean? Now, from here, something I want to note is the interesting living environment of Zack. Starting with his room, there is a mountain of dirty clothes piled up against the wall, and as he sits down on his bed, there is some sort of strange paint, or perhaps it is blood, on the wall. A happy birthday decoration that's been there for God knows how long. A side table full of Coke cans, and one precariously sat Coke can right on his windowsill, pressed against the curtains, and just above where I presume his head would lay. There is also a mirror in here for some inexplicable reason. Well, he then goes on to turn on his TV, only to see that My Little Pony is on, and he pretends like he is disappointed or irritated by this turn of events.
Why does it always have to be this?
And again, there is just simply trash fucking everywhere. In fact, there's so much trash and so much random shit on screen, it's kind of difficult to know where to even point to first. But I'd say the one that disturbed me the most would be in the very next shot, where we get a more full shot of just how many cans are set up on his bedside table. But more importantly, how he apparently ran out of space for all the trash on his side table, and instead opted to throw it behind him on his fucking bed. There is just an entire pile of empty Coke cans and various wrappers and different sorts of indiscernible trash just laying on his bed, where I presume he will sleep and proceed to roll around in it. Thumblethorpe really is a trash goblin. However, all the same, he then goes to answer a knock at his door. It turns out it's the pizza delivery man. And I would point out the obvious, but yes, there is truly a level of trash and hoarding in this den of a house that is beyond normal comprehension. However, that is no longer the focus at the moment. The new focus I have now is the fact that he censors the pizza box. I assume because it might have shown his address on it, or maybe it's a pizza box from a pizza place that's only close to somewhere where he lives. I suppose he is far more careful with his home address than Brandon clearly is. However, all the same, he opens the pizza box, only to see what is clearly not a pizza from this pizza place, but rather some random frozen pizza, like that of perhaps Red Baron or Tombstone variety. And what's even crazier about this revelation is that this means, number one, he just had a fucking empty pizza box laying around for this. But also two, it's hard to tell, but this pizza almost looks like it's superimposed in the box. Like, he didn't even really have a frozen pizza to showcase here either. Like, I'm not exactly sure if you can tell. I'm zooming in, I'm showing it off here, but this looks strange. Like, it doesn't exist here in the frame, but is superimposed onto it, right? Only for him to then grab a slice of the pizza that is very clearly not a slice from that frozen pizza. What the fuck is going on? How many fucking pizzas have been gone through for this single sequence of events? Well, anyway, here's what happens next.
I thought I told them no hot chili pepper! Ugh.
Ah, gotta love those effects. Those are some pretty sick flame animations. But also, have you guys noticed something else about Zack? Something else About Zach? You know, I'm starting to feel a little bit bad for old Zach. He truly is living in squalor. But luckily for him, things are about to turn around.
What on earth? What happened in here? Hello? Someone there? Hello? Someone there?
Oh, never mind. Things are in fact not turning around for old Zach. However, lucky for us, Zach's newest and most dedicated fans, old Zach here cherishes his garbage den, and he is not about to let anybody keep him out from there. So, with his unyielding strength, he's gonna bust through the door.
I'm gonna bust down that door. Oh! Okay, this isn't funny anymore. Who are you? Where are you? Oh, it's just a talking horse. A talking horse! Ah! Ah! Ah!
What just happened?
Okay. Okay. Alright. I know that didn't happen. There was nothing in my house. There's no talking horse or anything. No, there was nothing. It didn't just happen. That didn't happen. It's not.
Excuse me, whoever you are. Hi! I'm Twilight Sparkle. What's your name? Are you okay?
Fucking peak. However, thankfully, Zach didn't need to lay in the street for long before his new pony friends came to his rescue to bring him back to his house.
You were out for quite a while. You feeling okay?
I think so, but you're gonna have to stand a few inches over there. I'm still a little nervous.
Okay.
This is so weird. I hope no one else is having this happen to them.
I know I kid and sort of made fun of his house, but genuinely words cannot express how much I love those 8 minutes of footage. Everything down to the last detail is exactly the sort of stuff that I look for and makes me happy when I dive through YouTube. I only wish that we had more of this. However, then there is the question of Brandon. This is his channel after all, right? Well, that's where the rest of this video takes off.
Hi everyone, my name's Brandon. You may or may not know me. You just saw Zach's part of the story. Now it's my turn. This is the story of how my life completely changed forever. And not in the way you'd expect. Let's just say, things are about to get really weird. My story just starts with a normal day of me just watching some My Little Pony.
Alright, stop. Everything fucking stop. What in the fuck is that on his bed? You're really just gonna have that shit in full frame for everyone to see, Brandon? Have a little bit of shame, bro. I just saw a man walk around his den of shit and trash, and yet somehow I find myself far more disgusted by the first few fucking frames of Brandon's abode.
Back to watching MLP. Man, I love My Little Pony. Nothing can ever beat this.
Stop stressing.
I think I'm gonna take a break.
I like how he takes a break from watching My Little Pony after watching it for like 10 seconds, just to get up and walk into another room and start reading some kid's book, or something like that, with Starlight Glimmer on it, meaning he stopped watching My Little Pony to begin reading My Little Pony. But then, strange things start happening again.
What was that?
I don't know, it sounded like it came from my room. It was really loud, too. Whoa! Who's there? Mary, I think there's someone here.
What are you talking about? What the heck is going on?
I don't know. I heard a loud crash in my bedroom. That's like the second one.
Maybe you should go check it out.
Yeah, good idea. I'm gonna go check it out right now.
Holy fuck, that dialogue is great. Stilted, but great. But I will say that going from the masterfully thought out world building of Zach's segment, him living in some bumfuck nowhere shack in the woods, and having at least some semblance of interest in something outside of My Little Pony, notably food, when compared to Brandon's opening, truly makes Brandon's setup feel a lot more lacking in that raw appeal in my expert analysis. But anyway, this is what happens next.
Who's there? Come out! I'm not afraid of you!
We're right here, mister.
Oh my god. This can't be real. Am I seeing things right now? Are the ponies from MLP actually standing here in my room? Oh, this is so amazing!
Whatever did you do that for, darling?
I panicked, alright?
Oh, horse feathers.
Let's just get him on the bed.
Oh, my.
Where am I? It's all dark and misty here. And everything's closed.
Greetings, young hacker.
Huh? Who's there? Wait a second. I know that voice. That's...
He enters the frame like a fucking analog horror jump scare. At any rate though, this video is amazing, and is sadly the only episode of Ponies on Earth that was released to my knowledge. I do believe Zach has a few other videos on his channel that are kind of semi-related to Ponies on Earth. Maybe we'll take a peek at those in a larger video on these Ponies IRL type channels. But all the same, the fact that we haven't gotten an official Ponies on Earth Episode 2 makes me very sad, because it truly is a masterpiece. On that note, you might have noticed the interesting music in the background of this video. And if you did, you'll find it interesting to know that all the music in that video, and in many more of Brandon's MLP projects to come, are all done by YouTuber SC Records, who I note because he is not only a huge brony, from Britain no less, but also because he too has a series he started about him meeting up with the characters of My Little Pony in the real world. However, again, I won't go into that rabbit hole either, as this series is even more deeply connected to the Earth to Pony YouTube series I noted earlier. But again, I figured I'd note it just to showcase to you how many different paths this rabbit hole truly holds. However, right after this video, controversy would hit the channel suddenly, with a video entitled "I'm Sorry to You All" being posted, in which Brandon apologizes for making racist comments. What racist comments, you may ask? Well, he doesn't really give context to it, which you'll find is gonna be a reoccurring theme for this channel. As more and more controversies and issues pop up, we'll end up seeing Brandon apologize for them or fight off these accusations without ever actually giving any proper context as to what is even being talked about. It's unclear if this is done by Brandon on purpose to obfuscate the issue, or if he's, well, how do I put this? A bit dense and doesn't quite get that he needs to give the proper context and information of the situation if he's gonna apologize. This is where finding the context can be difficult, as you'll come to find, as this fable goes on, that there are many videos and entire channels that have disappeared over the stuff that we'll be going over here later. Thankfully though, I'll be providing said context to you with the help of this Kiwi Farms thread in particular, the OP written by user Spectate. At any rate, about those racist comments Brandon was talking about. Well, those are in reference to screenshots of DMs from 2018, where he says that he wouldn't date a black person because the white race is being eliminated, with his full quote going as follows. Quote, "The main reason I don't want to date a black woman is because people are trying to eradicate the white race by making kids that are mixed. I want to create a white kid so that there'll still be some kind of white race left." What you just said is incredibly racist. Nope, it's the truth. My cousin said it, because you mostly see mixed people everywhere because white girls are constantly getting with black girls. It pisses me off how... And it cuts off there. I assume he meant black guys and not black girls, but to be honest, I don't really know. But at any rate, these 2018 comments would be leaked by 2021. Now, I'm not entirely sure why they were leaked by then, rather than when they were said. Maybe it was because Brandon's videos, or at least some of them, started to take off at that time? I can't know for sure. But nevertheless, Brandon's apology video was in reference to those comments. Something else interesting noted from the Kiwi Farms thread is the person who leaked these DMs to begin with was a user who went by WubcakeVA, who would go on to be cancelled herself for reasons noted by the My Little Pony fan labor wiki, where in the controversy section the page notes, quote, "In July of 2023, Wubcake was accused of multiple controversies, including abusing her exes, being transphobic, harassing other voice actors, and grooming minors, resulting in her receiving heavy backlash from the community, being let go from various projects, and the deletion of her Discord server. Shortly after these allegations came up, Wubcake responded in a Google Doc. This response was not received well, with many accusing her of leaving out details and putting the blame on others. The original Google Doc was later deleted alongside Wubcake nuking her original Twitter account. In March of 2024, Jenabum would come out against Webcake. Jenabum states when she was 13 years old, she was sexually assaulted by Webcake, who was 19 years old. A specific detail that Jenabum states is that Webcake was putting her leg between my two legs and rubbing it in between and moaning super loud. Later, Jenabum would leave a final statement accusing Webcake of changing the story of the sexual assault several times, from initially confessing to sexually assaulting her when she was 13 in a call with multiple people present, then saying that it was her other personality who did it, then claimed it was Jenabum, a child, who came onto her first, then claiming it didn't happen at all, and finally saying she was Jenabum's babysitter until she decided to delete that document, unquote. So, yeah, obviously that person's a total piece of shit. Now, I made sure to note this otherwise random character in the story, because this too will start to become a strange pattern in the future. However, Brandon didn't let all this get him down for long, as this video where he's making out with Starlight Glimmer on Christmas came out around the same time as well.
Hey Starly, happy housewarming.
Oh! Hey Brandy! What are you up to, you big dork?
Oh, nothing. Just decided to see my girlfriend on Housewarming Eve. I decided to join by the fireplace.
Aw, you're just too sweet. Come here, let me hold you on my hooves. You're so red.
What? No, I'm not.
Oh, come on now, Bran. Don't deny it. Oh, I've got something just for you. Close your eyes.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead and open them.
Huh? Oh, what do you know? It's a mistletoe.
Uh-huh. Now kiss me, you big doofus. I love you so much, Brandon. Happy hearthwarming.
I love you too, Starly. Happy housewarming.
You know, it really makes it all the more funny when you realize his cousin had to film him doing this. And then, Brandon would come out with Brony Meets Equestria Girls, episode 1, which is just a fucking audio and plays out in a very similar fashion to his first one, where he cannot believe he's there in Pony World, and then he gets introduced to the various characters, and I'm sure some character said, let me get this straight at some point. He made himself 16 in this series too, I guess, to justify the actions that take place within it, or that was going to take place within it. Since this too, like the other two series, only ever had one episode and didn't go anywhere else. He did the exact same thing with An Equestrian Tale, Chapter 1, which follows the exact same sort of story down to the same beats and everything, with him yet again getting pulled into the My Little Pony world, but now it's just an audiobook. Now you might be wondering, what's the difference between an audio and an audiobook? Semantics, though at one point, he did do a preview for Ponies on Earth episode 2, which would have featured Eric, a different guy. So there would have been 3 guys, Zach, Brandon, and Eric, in this epic series that sadly fell through, it seems. Though one can only hope, since it at the very least doesn't say discontinued next to episode 1. Then on December 12th of 2022, Brandon would upload a video entitled The Real Truth About Me, which, if you go and watch it now, is completely fucking incomprehensible. It seems to be discussing issues regarding accusations put up against him, edited in a very strange and comedy-filled format. These accusations notably being about how he might be a alpha. But once again, like the other controversy, if you just watch his video on it, you're actually starting at the end of the timeline of this strange drama, because there is a ton of videos that Brandon made before this one that have since been deleted, but have thankfully been archived. Not to mention, this is not about just one case of drama and accusations. This video is actually encompassing multiple cases of accusations from different parts of time. So with that said, this is about to get very strange and slightly confusing, so bear with me as I begin to comb through it. So where did these accusations that Brandon is about to come from? And is there any truth to them? Well, it all started with the person who we noted earlier, Wubcake, accusing Brandon of being one of their friends at a My Little Pony convention, which is quite the crazy accusation to make. Crazy because Brandon has never been to a My Little Pony convention, because he's never been able to afford to go to one. I mean, his broke ass couldn't afford a $40 blue snowball microphone. So that accusation can pretty easily be tossed aside as false, on top of it being made by an actual outfit. Then, as the Kiwi Farms thread notes, there was once a random Twitter user who accused Brandon of trying to ERP with minors. But this tweet seems to have been deleted, and unfortunately was never substantiated with any evidence. Now I will say, in regards to Brandon's ERP, is definitely something he seems to like doing, which will be showcased a bit later. And I have found at least one video in the past that was posted and, at the very least at the time of writing this, can be found still on Brandon's channel. That video's titled My Little Pony, an old-fashioned apple family warming, which featured Apple Bloom, who is a young or kid pony character, with a good friend of Brandon's according to the description, who went by Mook, real name Ladanian Otis. And Otis is in fact a minor, or at least he was at the time of the upload of that video, meaning Brandon had made an audio for a minor featuring another minor character being all lovey-dovey with each other.
Sure is a great time we're having, eh, Mookie? My handsome and charming little colt.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, now, it's just the two of us together. How about you give little old me a kiss? I know you're probably shy, but don't worry, I won't bite, cutie.
I don't know. I mean, I didn't think you would be with me.
Of course, you silly colt. Why wouldn't I? You're adorable. Now come on and give me a kiss already. Otherwise, I'll have to do it for you.
Okay, you know, when I first met you, I knew that we were going to be together.
Well, what are y'all waiting for? Better get to it, youngins.
Applejack!
What? Y'all are my adorable. Better get to the kissing. Y'all know what happens under a mistletoe.
Fine. Well, you heard her. Hook her up, you cute colt. Well, how'd you like it? Did you enjoy it, my little Mookie Bear?
Yes, I did.
Good. Well, I ain't letting you out of my sight. You're staying right here with me in front of the fireplace. I love you, my sweet Mookie.
Now, does this mean that anything else more sexual or deviant happened between this minor and Brandon? That has never been said or accused, so I can't really say. But is it also extremely strange, weird, irresponsible, and kind of disgusting? Yeah, I would say so. And this particular piece of evidence is pretty much never brought up by anyone when they're talking about Brandon's accusations and what have you. Even by the people that seem to hate Brandon and specifically wanted to target him, somehow they completely missed this video that's just right there on his channel. All this to say, Brandon is definitely rather suspicious and, at the very least, irresponsible when it comes to this particular type of thing. There is also actual evidence that Brandon has sent a not safe for work video in a Discord that was apparently filled with minors. He claims that he didn't watch the video that he sent, so he didn't know that there was not safe for work in it. But that frankly sounds like a lie, and if it's not, it's pretty fucking weird all the same, since it does beg the question, where exactly did he get that video anyway? This action of sending this video onto this Discord server ultimately received him a ban from said Discord server, which angered and upset Brandon a great deal, leading to this exchange between him and the server owner, reading, quote, "Banning people over one strike is irresponsible. That's not how you run a server. If I let you run my server, then you'd be banning people left and right. You don't know how to run a server. Maybe you should take some lessons on how to run a server." Hi, we only ban you because we have had multiple people complaining about you being creepy toward them, and always cuddling people and begging to cuddle them. The video and what you're saying is completely inappropriate. Not to mention, we have only banned 2 people from the server. You were one of them. I wasn't trying to be creepy. Seriously, people need to grow a pair. If people can't handle a silly virtual boop, then they'll never be able to handle the real world. You know what? Let me be honest. You need to grow a fucking pair and learn how to act around people. My server is 13+. If you read the rules, you would know that. Content you showed and behavior you displayed could have been displayed to a fucking minor, which makes it worse. Virtual or not, people take things on the internet literally. It's fucking 2021, and you don't know that? You're 22 years old. Fucking act like it. Well, like I said, I didn't know it was an adult video. I even apologized and received no forgiveness whatsoever. The mods are toxic, unforgiving, and don't believe in second chances. It seems the show about literal second chances and forgiveness taught them nothing. Jesus was forgiving, and holding a grudge is a sin and earns you a special spot in hell. Are you really gonna compare a show for literal 6-year-old children to real-life pedophilia and not safe for work content? Also, I'm an atheist, so thanks. No, I'm not comparing it to that. I'm saying that I apologize for it and received no forgiveness. Twilight Sparkle would be ashamed. Twilight Sparkle wouldn't forgive people for showing not safe for work content to a minor server. I'm literally a minor. That's sad that I'm telling you that. Well, I didn't know that. Also, Twilight isn't fucking real. Whatever. If people refuse to learn from My Little Pony, then they're fake fans. Well, I'm glad I'm banned. I don't want to be in a toxic server. I'll be telling everyone I know to leave the server as well. You're a fake fan. No, I'm a real fan. Also, please do. I do not want people like you in my server. It's really sad that the My Little Pony fandom has toxic fans like you. It seems it's always the younger fans who are the toxic ones. I've been a fan for 10 years. I've been a fan since I was 7. I'm an OG fan. You're just sad. Don't worry, I'll be exposing you. I'll be sharing these screenshots. Please do. I'll be sure to share the context since you'll be sure to leave out that you were banned for inappropriate content. Lashing out at mods, calling them abusive because we took actions to protect our members, etc, etc. Yeah, but I'll also be sure to mention that you didn't care that I said I didn't know it was a not safe for work video. You and I watched the same video. How did you not know it was not safe for work? There was an ass the size of a sun, 2 men trying to get said ass, and then a literal anus farting into the camera. I didn't know it was not safe for work when I sent it. I saw it after I sent it. How is that not safe for work? Don't send videos you don't fucking watch. Yeah, that's my mistake. Your mistakes are not my responsibility. I just take care of my server. Well, I at least should have gotten a warning. Maybe implement a warning system. 2 warnings results in a strike. 3 warnings result in a mute. And another strike, 4 warnings result in a kick, and 5 warnings result in a ban. There is a warning system. Then why wasn't I warned? You were, but you fraud it! I should have gotten a message from Carl, but I didn't. Well, I shouldn't have lost access. Muting happens right after the warning system. If you read the warning system, you would have known. It was literally a ping. Look, I'm sorry for how I acted. I admit it was wrong of me. I take full responsibility for my actions. Can I please have a second chance? I promise I won't do anything to make anyone feel uncomfortable, and I'll check videos before I send them. Unquote. This whole interaction would end up being posted by said server owner's partner over on Twitter, and then a couple of other people then proceeded to post their own DMs from Brandon, as it seems that he had done the same sort of thing in other Discord servers as well, doing something that either made people uncomfortable or breaking some sort of rule, and then proceeding to have a full mental breakdown over it in their DMs when he was eventually kicked or banned. So bearing that in mind, clearly Brandon is at the very least very weird and acts irresponsibly in Discord servers, though it's not been noted if the cuddles he asked for were for adults or minors, though neither are good, but one is far worse than the other. If I were to make a guess, I'd say Brandon was generally being a weirdo and doing this stuff, not thinking about whose age was what during any of it, which still isn't good. All of this being some of the most clear evidence of Brandon's terrible behavior, and why he really shouldn't be in any Discord servers that have children in them. At the same time, there are also more people who were accusing Brandon of doing stuff that he just straight up didn't do. Like in the case of this screenshot going around that apparently showed Brandon asking for art to be commissioned of him and Apple Bloom, which yet again, Apple Bloom is a child pony in the MLP show, having sex together. This, however, is a fake screenshot that people sort of flew off the handle with, without doing any proper research or just paying attention to the actual picture here. Because as Brandon notes, the @ in the name of the screenshot is wrong, with his Zitter account being @Brandon Persona Pony, while the one in this screenshot is @Brandon Persona Spony. Why someone would do this is anyone's guess, but it is strange that despite the fact Brandon is clearly a weird person, who's not exactly innocent, I'd say, by any regards, that nevertheless there have now been at least a few people who have gone out of their way to make up crazy shit or set him up with shit like this. I'm unsure if Brandon just has a dedicated group of trolls or haters or something like that desperately want to have him have that final nail in the coffin that proves he is in fact a playoff or what, to be honest. But to be perfectly fair, apparently Brandon has also accused random people of being without a lick of evidence. So maybe this is just a Brony thing. I don't know, but it's all pretty fucking stupid. At any rate, there was yet another incident when someone in Brandon's Discord server at the time changed their username to Buttcrack, to which Brandon proceeded to then write, "I lick a girl's," and then added them, which made it look like he said, "I lick a girl's butt crack," thinking that this would be the height of comedy and what have you. However, unbeknownst to Brandon, this person who had changed their name to that was in fact 17 years old at the time. Now Brandon claims that he didn't know the age of the person when he did this though, and I suppose there is no way to know for sure if he did know that information or not, but it's also why it's probably not a good idea for adults with adult humor and frankly weird adult fetishes and the like to be anywhere near or around kids, since this type of shit is bound to happen often, either by mistake or by on purpose, depending on how depraved said adults in said space actually are. But that's the thing, isn't it? Bronies are adults who obsess over a little kids cartoon made for little girls, which means that this sort of interaction and these frankly disgusting situations are bound to happen far more often than not. It does beg the question about the ethics of grown-ass adults gooning and making porn and other such shit to a little children's cartoon, if said little children are also going to be allowed to go on the internet who may end up coming across it. But I suppose that's a discussion for another day. At any rate though, then we have the case of the EUF Lover account incident, which according to the Kiwi Farms thread, quote, "EUF Lover is a DeviantArt account that many believe to be Brandon. EUF is an acronym which stands for Embarrassed Underwear / Undressed Female. Most of EUF Lover's posts before its discovery is exactly what it sounds like. Upskirts of My Little Pony characters and other EUF type situations. This account is now deleted, unquote. Now, the thing is, while this account is often connected with Brandon, there is in truth no actual way of knowing for sure if it's him, but it was around for some time. Personally, I found the account description to be a little bit too on the nose, with it reading as, quote, "My name is Brandon. This is my EUF account, where I favorite girls in their underwear, and where I get a big boner from them. My main is Brandon the Brony Pony, where I have a love for Sunset, Starlight, and Twilight, that I want to sex them," unquote. Now, don't get me wrong, Brandon's love for these ponies might be very apparent, as are his weird tendencies. But this reads a lot more like some weird guy trying to imitate Brandon, but just rather badly, as the way it's written comes off a lot more like someone mocking Brandon, and also the way it's written doesn't really match any of the ways Brandon is written before. This also just sounds way too brazen for him to say, "I want to have sex with them, they give me big boner." Doesn't that sound just a lot more like a parody account? But it could also be argued that maybe this account he decided to be far more bold with. So I guess let's take a look at the evidence to see what made this account so infamous and what evidence there may be for it maybe being him. To start, the VA Dark Knight Princess posted a tweet about how this EUF lover was harassing them, with the exchange reading as follows. Quote, "I just noticed this. User is crazy. I don't even know what they're talking about. I think it's cause I just made a comment on a tweet that was calling out their weird behavior a while back, and now they're harassing me because of it. Check their bio. They're Brandon the Brony Pony." And the parent comment that they made was, quote, "Please block this woman on all social media. She rather believe in liars who accuses me of harming kids rather than a friend who protects them." And he also shows her face there, unquote. Now, what connected this potentially to Brandon were these screenshots where Brandon was harassing the same VA, though to be honest, I'm not sure where this screenshot came from, or if it is indeed the real Brandon, or another fake account / screenshot to frame him like before. Nevertheless, the comment says, "@Dark Knight Princess, I hope you off yourself," and @Sour Patch King, "I'm glad I ruined your Discord server," unquote. Now the thing is, EUF Lover also harassed random ass people on DeviantArt, and as noted by the OP, had a particularly disgusting interest in younger characters, with him asking for a drawing of a child version of Starlight Glimmer, as well as other stuff that sadly seems to be lost to time, since the account, like I said before, has since been deleted. Something else EUF Lover did was post pictures of their arm cut up, with the caption underneath it, "You caused me to do this." This, however, wasn't real, as this picture is not of their actual arm. Literally comes from the image from the self-harm page on wikipedia.com. Brandon would go on to deny being EUF Lover multiple times, and tried to get the said account taken down through mass reporting as well, which was either his way of trying to save face by getting the account taken down, while not making it look like it was him by immediately deleting it, or it really was some random troll who was trying to frame him, and he really did want it taken down since it was doing a pretty good job of doing that. Though the interesting thing is, EUF Lover wasn't even the only account that others claimed might have been alts of Brandon, with another account being Equestria Girls Brony, as well as DC Superhero Girls Fan 1. But again, none of these have actually been confirmed to be him with any actual evidence. And at one point, Brandon would make a video in response to all this stuff, basically denying that he was any of these accounts, noting how he believes that the person who had been pretending to be him was someone who went by the username of Solar Moon Eclipse. The video also sort of goes over a lot of other stuff that we've talked about thus far, so I'll go ahead and show you a few clips from it.
First off, the whole thing about the EUF Lover and harassing people on Twitch and Twitter and DeviantArt, That was done by Solar Moon Clips, who was out to frame me further. And I'll have the entire Google Doc linked below, but she was pretending to be me and saying she was me and basically harassing people and convincing people that she was me and then convincing people that I'm a bad person. So yeah, I'll have the entire doc linked below. You can read it. I won't go too much into that. As for the things I want to apologize for, well, for one, the first thing is, I admit that I was creepy towards a lot of people, and I want to apologize for overstepping any boundaries because I acted creepy towards a lot of people, and I also acted very toxic towards server mods, and I made some racist comments. And back in like 2018, I made some racist comments about how they were trying to eradicate the white race or whatever, and I fully admit my mistake on that one. And I'm trying to better myself and not be racist anymore, and I truly want to change. And I'm trying to respect boundaries more, and I tend to lash out at times when I'm angry, because I have anger issues. And that's why I lash out at the server mods, because I tend to lash out when I'm angry and when I get scolded. But lately, I've been trying to change myself and trying not to lash out as much at people. And I think I've been doing a pretty good job at it. And the whole thing about lick a girl's butt crack in the Discord server, that one Discord server, I fully apologize for that as well. That was completely uncalled for. I should not have done that. I didn't realize at the time that the user was a minor. But at the same time, a minor should not be naming themselves butt crack. But, you know, I guess we were both in the wrong. So, I admit my mistake, and even though they were in the wrong for naming themselves something so lewd, I fully admit I was wrong, and I should not have put that. I should not have typed that, and I admit that mistake. Another thing I want to bring up, that there's a new rumor going around that I raped Webcake's friend at a My Little Pony convention. Well, I want to dispel those rumors because I've never been to a My Little Pony convention in my entire life. I cannot afford to go, and I cannot afford. I have no form of transportation to be able to go there. And the only way I'd be able to go to a My Little Pony convention is if I went with my mom, and I'm not exactly allowed to go anywhere with my mom at this moment. And I've never been to a My Little Pony convention, and if I had, I wouldn't even have the guts to rape anyone, nor would I even have done something like that, because that's just disgusting, and anyone who does that is sickening. Like, if you rape someone without their consent, that's just fucked up. Like, you only do it with their consent, and even then, like, it's just wrong. You don't rape someone like that. That's taking advantage of someone. That's messed up. And there's also rumors that I did NSFW RPs with minors. Those are true, but the thing is, I didn't realize her age at the time. And the thing is, she had agreed to do the RP, but it wasn't fully NSFW, as there wasn't any nudity or sex. However, it was fetish related, and that is kind of still a form of NSFW. And I should have asked for the user's age before asking to do such an RP. And from now on, I will be asking for a user's age from now on, before doing any kind of fetish or NSFW RP. About the last thing I want to talk about is the rumors about me being a pedophile. Well, okay, those are completely untrue. I've said this before, but I've never been interested in kids, and I've never posted anything related to children or shipping myself with children. I'm not interested in sexualizing children in any way, and I feel like that's disgusting and sick, and anyone who sexualizes children should burn in hell.
Like I said before, there is no definitive way to know if EUF Lover or any of this other stuff was actually Brandon. However, given the fact that we do know there are actually people who are specifically trying to frame Brandon for one reason or another and giving away the deviant arts page description is written, and also given how aggressive this account seemed to be towards random people, like almost how overtly disgusting it was, really does make me think that it was a troll, just personally speaking, but I may be wrong. Especially because, truth be told, Brandon is not someone who needs alt accounts for specific fetishes. Because while I may not have shown you all of the stuff that he's into just yet in the video, trust me, we'll be getting to all that, Brandon never, and I do mean never, hides the stuff that he's into. And so I'm not really sure what the purpose of him having an alt for a very specific fetish and other more disgusting things would even be, because the stuff that he's already into is already kind of disgusting enough as is. But hey, who knows. Now, all of that shit was kind of the appetizer for what would become the biggest drama surrounding Brandon. But we'll get back to that drama here in just a little bit, because frankly we have a lot more cringe and silly shit to see on his channel first, before we start heading towards the grand finale of all the drama. But just keep everything that we've gone over in mind for the next little bit, that Brandon, at the very bare minimum, is a weirdo, if you somehow weren't aware or forgot that, who has a history of both being inappropriate with people and not really being considerate if kids are around when he's doing it, while at the same time he is also the target of several confirmed and unconfirmed trolling and life ruination campaigns that never seem to work, because the people trying to do these things, to put it the nicest way possible, seem to have a lot more in common with Brandon than they would be calm with. And that all of this is going on, all while Brandon toils, works, and creates fetish-filled power fantasies where he gets to fuck ponies. By February 22nd of 2023, Equestria Girls, a Brony at Canterlot High episode 1 would premiere, and it's yet another story about Brandon getting transported to a new world. And here it's the same sort of shit. Like, no really, especially since we just got the other Equestria Girls one a bit ago, but now it's just screenshots for visuals in the story. Still, I will show you a few select clips from it, because in a serious change of pace, this one, Equestria Girls, a Brony in Canterlot High, would be the first of his series that would finally get more than just one episode made about it, and in fact is now one of the mainstays on his channel, with it currently having the most episodes made for it.
Suddenly, Brandon's portable DVD player began to spark ominously with a bluish glow, causing him to dart his eyes over the DVD set. Huh? The TV flashed brightly, blanketing the room in an ominous blue light as he got off his bed, shielding his eyes.
Holy shit! What's going on?
The silhouette appeared to be female, and it looked very similar. Soon, the silhouette was revealed to be none other than Sunset Shimmer, and she was animated in the Equestria Girls animation style.
Okay, am I seriously experiencing a Who Framed Roger Rabbit situation here? You're Sunset Shimmer. I know I have schizophrenia and all, but this feels way too damn real. How are you even here? That is, if I'm not hallucinating and going completely insane and seeing things that aren't really there.
Whoa, whoa!
However, while this one will go on to be one of the longest running series of his to date, the next major series of his will prove to be what I'd say is his most ambitious to date, that being Our Mini Brony, A Friendship Tale, released on March 27th of 2023.
Come on, just need these 10 coins and that last star is mine. Shit, no. Damn it, I was so close to finishing as well. Man, if only I had a few more minutes. Oh well, I still would have won by stars anyway. Shucks I wasn't able to save it. Whatever. Guess I'll go to bed now since it was a pretty long game. What? What was that? And what's that in my mirror? Huh? Oh shit! It's sucking me in!
You know, you really do start to wonder how many times a guy can redo the same general concept, same general conversations, and same general plot beats before, at the very least, he will get bored of it. But it seems that this is just simply never the case. However, there is some new ground to cover here, because you see, by the time Our Mini Brony came out, Brandon has seemingly all but started to abandon his original waifu, Starlight Glimmer, as his love for Twilight Sparkle grew to unheard of heights. Why, he even had a brand new Twilight Sparkle body pillow that he bought, as shown within this video.
And life-size Twilight plushie. Open these. Man, she's heavy. There she is, guys. The life-size Twilight plushie. Boy, she's heavy. Oh, struggling just to lift it, man. Oh, man. She's got some weight to her.
You dirty, dirty bastard. This also translated over to his DA at the time as well. While he still had the occasional thing with Starlight Glimmer made, even noting how he was such a lucky guy that he has 2 mares who loved him so very much. And he even roleplayed with himself over how he was also going to be with Twilight as well as Starlight Glimmer. Eventually the Twilight stuff wins out, and more art of the two together would come about, including some rather strange ones, like Twilight Sparkle eating him alive while he's a tiny little man, or sitting on him as a giant while he's again a tiny little man, or even his Equestria girl's girlfriend, Sunset, again sitting on top of him, which is, well, I suppose we ought to address a rather large elephant in the room at this point. That this new series, this innovative new story that Brandon has to tell, is titled Our Mini Brony, right? Well, that title might sound just a wee bit ominous after everything I just showed you. But the strange thing is, there doesn't seem to be any actual macro or micro fetish content within Our Mini Brony. Absolutely nothing from the 4 rather long episodes that we've gotten from it. At least there hasn't been any micro fetish related stuff yet anyway. However, it's also extremely clear that at this point in time, Brandon had developed a fucking huge macro fetish. It seems he loved the concept of being crushed under the weight of his giantess girlfriend's massive ass cheeks. And also, strangely enough, his love and passion for this concept didn't just extend to him, as he also loved the idea of giant women killing hundreds of tiny little men without them ever even noticing, such as this picture that he had commissioned, where Futaba from Persona 5 is stepping on a bunch of little people, her completely unaware of all the little brown and red stains that have now covered the underside of her boot. This will develop later into what I can only warn you now is going to be some of the most truly cursed ass shit that you will see, at least for today. Because believe me when I say, this is far from the extent of just how far this fetish of his will end up going. You might also think, Futaba from Persona 5, that's kind of a random pick for him at this point. Trust me, this is also some ominous foreshadowing of what's to come. But we get ahead of ourselves yet again. Back to our mini Brony episode 1. He, of course, ends up in Equestria, and the first person, or pony he meets up, is none other than Twilight Sparkle. Their introduction to each other going something like this.
Twilight?
Yes, this is me. Wait, you're human? What the hey? Are you alright?
I'm Brandon, and I'm okay, thanks to you. Thanks for saving me. Well, as you can see, I'm a human. I ended up here sort of unexpectedly, and I'm not too sure if I have any way back home. It's, nice to meet you, Your Highness.
I have no idea how you got here, Brandon, but don't worry, we'll help you find a way back home, and please, don't be nervous. You don't have to call me Your Highness, just Twilight is fine. I'm here to help, and with the help of my friends, we'll make sure you get back to your world safely. You apparently know me even though I never met you, which is not scientifically possible. Wait, you're not scientifically possible.
You see,
Don't worry, Brandon. Take a deep breath. You're safe here with us, and we'll do everything we can to help you find a way back home.
But... I want to stay here in Equestria with you.
What? You want to stay in Equestria? I thought you would want to go home. After all, this is not where you were born. Is there something specific about Equestria that draws you to it?
I know this is sudden, but I want you to take me under your wing. I want to learn all about friendship and what it means to be a good friend to some pony. I want to be your pupil. Please teach me everything you know. I'm begging you.
Oh, you're right. That is sudden.
Maybe you and I could be friends. I mean, you're so friendly and kind and beautiful. Sorry.
Well, it's an odd request, but of course, Brandon.
Bro thinks he's real slick with Twilight there. And speaking of real slick, how about a new intro song sung by none other than the Brony himself, Brandon?
Our mini Brony, our mini Brony. Our mini Brony. I never thought when I see Pony. Our mini Brony. Under Twilight shared her friends with me. Daring journeys. Showing kindness an easy feat, and friendship makes it all complete. I am yours. I will always be your very best friend.
Simply stupendous. At any rate though, after some introductions and what have you, it doesn't take long before Brandon starts full-on expelling liquid diarrhea cringe into everyone's ears, as he, after just meeting up with Twilight Sparkle, the horse, admits his feelings of love towards her, which goes like this.
And I kinda have a crush on some pony from the show, but I'm not entirely sure what she'd think if I told her.
A crush, huh? Interdimensional love. That's funny. I have to ask though, who's the special sun pony, if you don't mind me asking?
She's, smart. Like, really smart.
Smart, huh? Well, that narrows it down to a few ponies. Hey, look! We're home! Welcome to the Castle of Friendship.
Oh, awesome. Nice place you got here.
Would you like to tell me more?
Oh, right. She's also nerdy, and, she's really, well known by a lot of ponies.
You know, you can refuse the answer. You look like you could use a bath from all that sweating you're doing.
No. I really need to tell you. Twilight, I have a crush on you. There, I said it.
Brandon, I'm flattered, and I have to admit, I've never had a student confess their feelings to me before, let alone a human.
Oh.
But, as your teacher, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to pursue a romantic relationship with you. I mean, we just met. I hope you will understand that.
I understand. But I'm not a kid. I just thought that if we grew closer, we might be able to have something, since we're both adults. It's because I'm different, isn't it? Is it because I'm not a pony like you? Is that it?
Friendship Lesson 1. Friendship is the foundation of any relationship, and that takes time and effort to build. You can't just say you're friends, and you have to have evidence and memories to back it up. I appreciate your honesty and admire your courage in telling me how you feel, but let's take things slow and get to know each other as friends first, okay?
Sorry, we can be friends first. I understand. My apologies, Your Highness.
No need to apologize. And please, no need to bow. We can definitely be friends, and like I said, relationships takes time, and getting to know each other is important. It takes a lot of work, and, well, don't worry about being different. It's not a bad thing. We can learn a lot from those who are different from us.
Thank you, Twilight. I'm lucky to have you as a friend. I'll admit, I've always dreamed of being friends with you. I mean, you're literally the princess of friendship. I always imagined you'd be the greatest friend anyone could have, and I always imagined you to be a true friend.
I'll do my best to live up to your expectations, Brandon.
Honestly, she had a fairly reasonable response to him. I mean, at least Brandon didn't write her to immediately fall in love with him back. In fact, she almost seems uncomfortable with his admission to some degree. And this right here, this dynamic, will end up being the most interesting element of this R Mini Brony series, and will become what I am going to describe as truly Christianian as it goes on.
How to woo your special sub-pony. Wow, I didn't think it actually existed. What do you know? Let's see.
It's interesting that he thinks that when he dies he's going to end up here and not in some hole in the ground. Also, he tries to apply for several jobs after a bit, and several of the same sort of beats as the last few attempts at a series start getting hit. Though one very strange new element that he's added here in this one is his desire to be adopted by new pony parents, despite the fact that he's, literally an adult.
Man, that teleportation. Yeah, it made me feel all weird.
As for what I'm going to have, I'm thinking of trying the vegetable wrap. It's one of my favorites here. What about you?
That actually sounds pretty good. I might get that too.
You made a good choice, Brandon.
I can't wait. I'm so excited. Oh, this is really good. Wow. Damn.
Hey, every pony. Does any pony want dessert? I got some super duper special muffins that I baked this morning.
Yes, please.
Yay! Dessert time! I'll get you your muffins. They've even got fun frosting.
Hey, Try, I'm just curious, do you by any chance know any pony looking to adopt?
Adopt? Why do you ask?
Well, you see, the truth is, I've kinda got no parents here. I'd kinda like some, if possible.
I'm sorry, Brandon. I didn't realize you were without parents here. I think I might have gotten carried away with all the excitement of your arrival.
It's okay, Twilight. If you know any motherly mares looking to adopt, please let me know.
Well, there's Fluttershy. She's always so nurturing and caring, and there's also Lightning Star. She's a Pegasus who works at the weather factory and has been wanting to adopt a young colt or a filly for a while now. Other than that, there's Applejack's cousin Maple Blaze, who has been thinking about starting a family. And Rarity's friend Primrose, who runs a successful flower shop in town and always loved children.
How about Lightning Star?
Sure, Lightning Star would be a great option. She's a wonderful mare, and she's been looking to adopt for a while now. I'll write her a letter tonight and have Spike send it out tomorrow morning.
Thanks, Trials. You're a great friend. I'm really lucky to have you.
Muffins are served.
Now technically, he also got adopted in the Equestria Girls, a Brony and Canterlot High series as well, but here it's given much more emphasis than it was there. And this new plot element found in both of these series is connected with far deeper lore with our Brony hero IRL that we'll be getting to later. But on the whole, it's just very bizarre. Also, randomly between shots, Brandon goes from live action stills of himself to just being a cartoon character here now. But that's really it as far as this episode is concerned.
Fred would really skyrocket if you and I dated.
No thanks. Please don't kiss me like that again if that's okay.
Hey, hooves off. Brandon is booked. Oh yeah? Who says? I do. As the princess of friendship, I command it. And? So what if you're a princess? I'm pretty sure it's not your job to butt into other ponies' business. What are you, Brandon's girlfriend or something? Well, no. I'm not his girlfriend.
His love for Twilight would also extend to him doing a full-on Peaches cover from the Super Mario Bros. Movie, which feels like it's starting to become a strange cliche for channels like these by now. But nonetheless, here's a little bit of it.
This one goes out to my very special sun pony, Princess Twilight. Twilight, you're so cool. Alongside you one day I will rule. Twilight, understand. I'll do anything for you, babe, till the end. Twily, 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 I love you. Twily, 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 I love you. Here at Cozy Glow or Chrysalis too, 1,000 hordes of changelings couldn't keep me from you. Princess Twilight, at the end of the line, I'll make you mine. Twily, 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 I love you. Oh yeah, Twily, Twily, Twilight, Sparkle!
However, there is also some new developments, new arcs that had begun in the Brandiverse. You see, shortly after this, he started doing Persona 5 stuff, with him seemingly becoming a giant fan of the game, sort of out of nowhere to be honest, and despite him probably never actually playing it himself. And yet, all the same, he would start doing shipping audios of him with his favorite waifu from the game, On. Now, I bring up that this came out of nowhere because it genuinely changed the look of his channel for a little bit, because he changed his channel branding from Brandon the Brony Pony to Brandon the Persona Pony, and eventually even producing a whole new series, wherein instead of being transported to the world of Equestria, he would instead be transported to the world of Persona 5, to start touching and gooning to all the teenage girls of a game he has surely never finished all that he wants. But anyway, the first of these things that he would end up making around Persona 5 would be this video entitled Persona 5, A Rainy Evening at LeBlanc, where he's cuddling with his new girlfriend, On. And I am warning you now, it's some of the most skin-crawlingly cringe stuff that he has made audio-wise, in my personal opinion. So, with that warning issued, let's listen to some of it.
Rain again, huh? Oh, hey On. Make yourself at home. You're always welcome here. Your man is waiting for you. He's right over there.
Oh, hey, On.
You look amazing.
Oh. Thank you, Brandon. That's so nice of you.
The rain sure is nice. You know, it really feels crazy to be in this alternate version of Tokyo. But I'm really lucky I have you and all the others.
Well, yeah. I mean, of course you have us. We're your friends now, aren't we?
I'm really nervous. I know you're my girlfriend and all, but it still doesn't feel real.
Oh, do I need to pinch you, silly? It is real.
I couldn't be more grateful for it.
You really are a grateful guy.
You know, things have been pretty quiet around here, you know, with the metaverse being gone.
Yeah. I think the quiet's kind of nice.
Oh, Sojiro, can I get a coffee refill?
So, you and on, huh? She's a keeper. Be sure to take good care of her, son.
Yeah, I'm really lucky to have her.
You really are considerate, Brandon. That's something I really like about you. I mean, that, and you're pretty cute. Hey, come on. What's the matter?
No, nothing's wrong. I'm just a little nervous.
I guess that's another part of you that I find to be really cute.
I'm not cute. Oh man, I'm so awkward. Oh, I don't know what to do around a girl or what to say. Did you just kiss me?
I sure did, cutie. You seemed really nervous, so I thought I'd break the ice. Come on, Brandon. Use your words. I know that you said that you get nervous around girls, but only one way to get better is by practicing.
Come on, you're flustering me. Stop.
Goodness. Flustering you just isn't that hard now, is it, Brandon?
Jeez, you're such a tease.
Don't say that like I'm bullying you or something. Besides, maybe you like it when I tease you.
Fine, you want to tease? Then so can I.
Just boop.
Look who's flustered now.
Flustered? That it's No.
Hey, why don't you two lovebirds stay in the attic for tonight? Brina's at home tonight, so the attic is free. Just don't make a mess, alright? If you do, you'll be responsible for cleaning it up.
Okay, I guess that's fine. Thanks, Sojiro.
It sure is coming down. I don't know if we'll be able to do anything too entertaining for our date. I hope that you don't mind.
I don't know if you would mind listening to the rain, just relaxing to the rain. Because, honestly, that's my ideal date.
That is. Snuggling with you, listening to the rain, really does sound like the ideal date.
I would rather fucking hawk glue my ears shut than listen to a second of this shit again. I do really love the concept, though, of Sojiro just letting them go up and use Joker's bed to fuck all night. It's so disgusting and disrespectful. You think this guy's gonna clean up the mess he makes afterward? Fuck no. Also, I gotta say, Ann's voice actress here had better have gotten paid quite well for this, because this is genuinely some of the most cringy and yet genuinely sincere sounding shit that I have heard from this channel. All of her giggles and coos and shit, matched with this visual, it's it's really something else. But moving on, he then created Persona 5, The Phantom Thief from Another World, Episode 1, where he goes to the Persona 5 universe the same way he does the MLP ones, which is an interesting change of pace at the very least, and admittingly a bit more familiar territory to me character and setting wise. The episode starts with Brandon being happy he completed his Persona 5 save file, and is ready for New Game Plus now, which is Falsehood and Lies. As we know from earlier, Brandon does in fact not play games twice. Thought that random piece of info I said earlier would never come back up again, huh? But also you can clearly see this just a JPEG that he got from the internet, because this picture is taken from a Japanese version of the game, or at least someone playing with Japanese for the text and menus, rather than English, meaning that this is in fact not Brandon's save file. I know I said earlier that he probably has never played Persona 5, but there is actually streams on his channel that show that he has indeed played through most of the game, if not completely beaten it, which makes this decision to show this particular JPEG image that's clearly not from his save file all the more strange. But anyway, he then gets pulled into the game, as you might expect, and proceeds to sing his own rendition of the intro song.
Who am I? Am I not from here? That's right, I'm not from here at all. Press the button, find it, a contract, unbreakable. Oh, it's useless. What could it mean that I'm here? Can I make a difference? If I don't break out of here, woke up into a new world. Time to adjust to my new life. I will not take this with strife. What's wrong with a little change? Just imagine being me. Probably wouldn't be easy, but I must do my duty. My entire life has changed.
Ah, now there we go. Right back to some truly Kino content. Also that line, just imagine being me, probably wouldn't be easy, truly a poetic use of the English language. And from here, the episode proceeds with Brandon meeting a few of the characters.
Whoa! Jesus, you scared me! Almost thought you were just brought back from the dead.
It was most certainly unusual to find someone passed out in the middle of Shibuya, especially someone like you. Who are you?
I'm Brandon Hackworth. Nice to meet you. You two are Ryuji Sakamoto and Yusuke Katagawa, right?
How did you know our names?
Yeah. How the hell did you know that? Some sort of stalker or something?
Well, I heard about you guys from Shujin Academy. Yeah. I'm not a stalker, I swear.
Right. I would make the assumption that you're a student there. You don't seem to be from Japan.
Oh, you think he's one of them foreign exchange students that were mentioned last week? I wasn't really listening, but that was the gist of what I got.
Yeah, you could say that. Yeah, I'm an exchange student. Actually, would you guys want to hang out sometime? You both seem pretty cool.
I mean, sure, new kid. You're definitely on the weird side, but don't worry. You'll be with the right crowd.
Indeed. Normal isn't really the word I'd use to describe us.
Awesome! I'm so excited! Oh, sorry.
Before then heading to the Café LeBlanc, only to have one of the most awkward interactions Brandon has ever written play out before us.
Hey guys, who's the new kid? I haven't seen him around here before.
Oh, right. Guys, this is Brandon. Says he's a foreign exchange student at Shujin Academy. He's certainly not your typical guy. He's,
We found him passed out in the middle of the street.
Yeah, that.
Nice to meet you all. I hope we can be good friends and stuff.
Is he doing alright? He's all red.
Is he choking?
What? Oh, God damn it. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap! I've been looking after this guy for a day! I am not letting him die on me!
Stop! I'm not joking!
Live, damn it, live!
Stop!
What's going on?
Help me! He's crushing my ribs!
Ryuji, I think you've tortured him enough.
Torture? Well, excuse me for trying to save his frickin' life.
Jeez. Look, I wasn't turning red because I was choking. I was turning red because I...
Because you what? Spit it out already!
It's because I'm flustered by one of the girls here. I really like one of them. There, I said it. Happy?
Say what? Are you effing serious? Oh. Who is it, huh? Is it Futaba?
What? Ryuji! That's enough!
She is quite the sight. I must admit, quite cute.
Quiet, Anori!
No, it's not Futaba. It's someone else.
Is it Makoto?
What? Me? Why would it be me?
It was just a guess, Makoto. Chillax.
No, not Makoto either.
Now, it is my turn to take a guess. Is it Haru?
Oh, please. It couldn't be me. You boys flatter me.
Don't get too excited. We don't know nothing yet, Haru.
Right. Of course.
Well, no, it's not Haru either.
So you ain't crushing on Futaba, Makoto, or Haru? So that only leaves...
Me?
Oh jeez, this is so embarrassing. Yes, it's on. I'm sorry. She's just so beautiful. I'll admit, I feel really nervous just being around her.
Wait a second! So you're telling me you got the hots for On? Dude! No way! For real? Way to go!
Ugh. Ryuji, not helping!
Okay, look, Brandon, I'm flattered. Really, I am. I think it's sweet that you have a crush on me, but I barely know you. But tell you what, I'm definitely not against getting to know you better. And who knows? Maybe if we become really good friends, I'll consider being your girl. But for now, let's take things one step at a time. Baby steps, Kay? Let's be friends first.
I understand. And that's completely fine, no worries.
Well said, On. I agree with Ren. I think you've made your point perfectly clear, On.
Yeah, and tell you what, Brandon, you can hang with us. We don't bite or nothing. We're a pretty damn good group once you get to know us.
I have to agree with Ryuji on this. We are quite welcoming to newcomers.
Maybe you and I could have a one-on-one match in Super Bash Bros. I have to warn you, I'm quite the skilled player.
Sounds fun, Futaba.
You know, sometimes stuff is just so genuinely sincere in its cringiness that it's sort of difficult to even know what to say to it. But I guess as a general overall note, I will say that these are definitely some of the most flanderized and stilted versions of these characters, with some frankly bafflingly stupid dialogue. I especially like how Ryuji is like, "Whoa, you got a thing for On? Way to go, dude!" Like, how in the fuck is this random dude having the hots for On? Way to go, bro, worthy, you know? Also, not to be whatever, but why did they assume it was Futaba first, and not the literal supermodel? And again, similar to the R Mini Brony story, why does Brandon almost immediately express his attraction for the character when they literally just met? What's even worse though is probably On herself's reaction, as I'm fairly certain her character would not take too kindly to some random guy immediately coming on to her like that. Nor do I think she would say, "We can be friends first and see where it goes." And finally, nor do I think the entire group, like all the Phantom Thieves, would immediately go into questioning which one he has an interest in to begin with. In fact, I'm pretty certain that Ryuji would probably think this guy's a pervert and a weirdo, and Yusuke would probably try to defend the Ladies Honor or something like that. By the end of this video, we are then introduced to this new OC Brandon has made up. This mysterious blue-haired girl who really wants those Brandon balls.
She was always jealous of Ann's popularity and how the boys worth having always went for Ann instead of her. But finally she had had enough. She saw a very special boy who was different from any others. She had knew. Then and there she had to have him. No matter what the cost. Even if it meant ripping him away from that Aunt Takamaki that frustrated her so much.
Seriously, why her? That boy would be so much better going after a guy like me. Well, if he won't come to me, I can always come to him. Watch out, Takamaki-san. You just made your worst enemy.
I wonder what will happen next time. Well, meanwhile, the next thing he would upload is Equestria Girls at Brony at Canterlot High Episode 2, in which opens on Brandon being greeted with his new adopted mom and dad.
Brandon was dreaming about having his wedding with Sunset, and he was right about to kiss her in the dream, after saying their I do's, when suddenly...
Psst. Brandon! Brandon! It's time to wake up, sweetie.
5 more minutes.
Brandon groaned, then opened his eyes. She opens the curtains, the night sky showing a small hue of pink as the sun slowly rises.
Jeez, so bright.
Well, it's time to get up. It's for your first day of school.
Wait, am I starting at CHS?
Yes, you are, remember?
Oh, right. That means I'll get to see Sunset.
She chuckles.
Oh, you seem to like her a lot.
I mean, can you blame me? She's so beautiful, so kind and sweet, so compassionate, so smart. She's literally perfect in every possible way. Oh, Sunset.
Brandon said in a dreamy tone of voice.
Son, what's going on?
He peeks in and gasps, about to cry tears of joy. Are you our son?
And are you my dad? No way.
Brandon asked in surprise and excitement.
Yep, this is your dad, Brandon. Flame Blitz.
It's nice to finally and properly meet you, son.
You too, Dad. Oh, I hope you don't mind me calling you Dad. I'm sure you don't, but still, just making sure is all.
Oh, it's no biggie. Go right ahead.
Great, thanks.
Brendan hugged his dad, and his new dad ruffled his hair in response.
Love you, Dad. I'm gonna go get ready for school.
He then goes about his first day at his high school, and so much of this is just the same similar stuff that we've seen before, where he introduces himself to the various characters and what have you. There'll be more episodes of the Equestria Girls to come, but we can safely skip this one for the most part. Brandon then tried and failed to start yet another series, that being DuckTales: A Human in Duckburg, which would have been an even more random change of pace for him, but it didn't seem to really go anywhere. Probably because there just wasn't enough hot ducks to fuck, or something like that. But not to worry, that small little mistake, a blunder, was quickly forgotten as soon as Brandon began trying out some groundbreaking new tech to bring his visions of pure love and passion and, sin to life. That being SFM animation, with the following being his first ever animation with the tool. You know, at some point, you almost have to sit and marvel at how many random tools and techniques that he has tried to learn in order to present his stories. I love how every new tool he gains, he uses for one single, all-encompassing purpose. It could be an iPad, It could be a new microphone, it could be access to a new software, or it could be money coming in from the YouTube channel. But as I said, they will all eventually push towards the same common goal. Yes indeed, it would seem this man's inspiration and drive to create is truly ceaseless, so long as it's about him getting some action with either a pony or an anime waifu. Well, that and the mysterious third thing that we'll get into in a minute. First, this time we take a look at was without a doubt one of the most strange videos Brandon has ever made, and seriously, one that more people should be aware of, since every other video I've seen cover Brandon never seems to get past his initial episodes of his various series, or that of his confusing pedo accusation drama. And that video is My Mini Brony Episode 2, and it's here in this video, where now the whole thing is in 3D, unlike the first episode, where he was green screened in. And now he has fucked up hair, like both style-wise, on the model, IRL, and like in general, with it constantly glitching all the time in this video.
Wow, this is amazing. It still feels insane to actually be here. The castle is so much more massive in person.
Morning, Brandon. Yes, it can be overwhelming at first, but one gets used to it.
Whoa! Whoa, new creature! Whoa! Whoa! You okay, bro?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks for asking.
This is Spike, my assistant and best friend. Spike, this is Brandon, a human and my student. He'll be staying with us for a while.
Nice to meet you, Brandon. A human, huh? Well, welcome to Ponyville.
Thanks, Spike. Nice to meet you as well.
Aw, heck yeah! Claw bump! You are welcome. It's always exciting to meet new creatures in Equestria.
And to make things even more strange, Brandon eventually sort of stops doing full-on animation in this video, and we transition into what becomes more of a slideshow of 3D models, which honestly isn't all that bad. But then later on, all the mouth movements and even character movements start being done with AI animation, and it frankly just looks horrifying, which added with the extremely strange dialogue and interactions, and the oddly way too intense of music in spots, and with it fluctuating between either pretty fluid animation, glitchy animation, slideshow stills, and then into AI stuff, it genuinely starts to feel like some kind of dream or maybe a nightmare. Like genuinely, the animation for this video is barely held together with shoestrings and cum, with all the tact of a left-handed person trying to use right-handed scissors. And that's just visually. When we get to the script for this video, things get truly rancid.
I'll try to make sure to use it for something special when the time comes.
It's all I ask for you, dear.
Oh, excuse me.
Hey, Big Mac, what's up?
Yup. Just making my way back to Sweet Apple Acres. How about you?
Just going to see Twi. I was at Sugar Cube Corner helping out with some baking. Mrs. Cake was really kind and gave me a little extra for my work. See?
Looks like you did a great job. The guy should take some pride in a good day's work.
Thanks, bro.
Yup.
Huh? What the hell happened, Trials?
Sorry, Brandon. Sledge has been here since this morning, and he's been a bit of a handful.
Oh, hey there, Squirt. How are you?
And you are?
Jeez.
How many times do I gotta introduce myself? I'm, Sludge. I am Spike's dad.
Yeah, sure you are.
Well, nice to meet you too, kid. Never met a creature like you. Right now, I gotta go hang out with my son. Now, if you'll excuse me, I gotta go take care of some dragon stuff.
Yeah, I can imagine. If you need someone to help you through it, that's what I'm here for.
Actually, that would be great. We're trying to sort out all these books in the library, and it's been quite a task. I don't suppose you know how to organize?
Well, it shouldn't be too hard.
Don't worry, Brandon. I'm here if you need help. Thanks for your help, Brandon. I don't know what I would do without you.
Aw, shucks. It was nothing really. Just doing my duty.
Well, we really appreciate your help, Brandon. Thank you.
You're welcome, Trials. Anything for my best friends.
Hey, Brandon, how about we all go get some ice cream to celebrate a job well done?
Oh, sure. I'd love that. That sounds nice.
Great. Let me just finish up here and we'll head out.
Sounds good to me. Also, there's something I want to ask you.
Sure. What is it?
Well, do you, by any chance, have a crush on me?
Oh my goodness, Brandon. I'm sorry, it's just that it's been one day, really. You are really trying hard, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I'm really not. I just noticed you asking me out, and I thought you were starting to develop feelings for me. Geez, sorry I asked. This is so embarrassing.
I'm sorry, Brandon. I didn't mean to laugh like that. I just wasn't expecting that question. I'm just offering ice cream, not asking you out.
Okay, I understand. I guess I was just reminded of how lonely I am, that's all. Sorry, saying that didn't help, did it? Gee, I'm such a mess, I'll just go.
Brandon.
What?
Brandon, that's not true at all.
Sorry, I just feel like I'm a burden to you. I'm just a crazy fanboy, nothing more, nothing less. I'm not good at this friendship thing. I don't deserve your friendship, why?
You're not a burden. And you're identifying yourself as a crazy fanboy? You're my friend, Brandon, and I'm trying to add to our friendship. Friendship lesson 2. Just be yourself, and that's enough. And don't think for a second that you don't deserve my friendship. You absolutely do. Every creature deserves a chance, even if they do have a crush on the Princess of Friendship.
Thank you, Trials. I needed to hear that. I'm really lucky to have you in my life. You're so kind to me, Troy. Even after I've acted so weird. Even after I've been a crazy, obsessed simp. I don't understand how you could be so accepting of me despite everything. With me admitting that I'm in love with you, calling you beautiful, and just acting like a total creep. Any other girl would have just noped the heck out after that. But you didn't. You're so willing to be my friend even after all of that. All I can ask is, why?
Well, you're not wrong about how frequently you ask. And I do get weirded out sometimes. But despite all that, I know that you're a good person with a kind heart. I know that you didn't mean to make me feel uncomfortable, and that you just got a little carried away with your feelings. I'm willing to look past all that and continue our friendship, because I know that deep down, you need to learn about it.
Wow, that speech was beautiful, just like you. Thank you, Twilight.
You know, the worst part of this is how he's just self-aware enough where he knows that he's being weird and creepy, and yet also how he sees her constantly understanding him and giving him more chances after chances as a generally positive thing. And it sort of reminds me of the comments he made towards those Discord mods when he got mad that the mods kicked him and didn't give him what he felt was enough of a warning or enough chances. It makes me think he really values being able to make mistakes and then be forgiven afterward. Which is kind of dubious, but isn't in of itself a truly awful trait. But when the context of both the Discord thing and this series has to do with him being weirdly sexual and inappropriate, it is then suddenly very, very creepy and weird the more you think about it. And while this is only speculation, this could also extend far beyond just Discord and the scripts for his videos. Because IRL, Brandon, I would wager, isn't so lucky in the dating department, and thus he sees rejection as normal. But by that same coin, he also sees it as a true, genuine positive for someone who has rejected his advances to still keep his creepy ass around and continue to give him more chances even if he continues to keep being creepy, which in reality would be someone who would be allowing themselves to be pressured and creeped on a guy because they somehow think that he is truly a loving guy underneath it all, despite only just meeting him. And seeing this all unfold kind of gives us a strange, warped perspective into how his mind works and how he sees these sorts of interactions, online or otherwise. It's also just kind of interesting because Brandon simply doesn't understand tact at all. And so despite romance being such an integral aspect of all of his series, he can only really write stories where the girl he wants is basically already either in love with him from the start, or is extremely open to being in a relationship with him despite only just meeting him that day. No build up, no getting to know each other, no friendship built, no real connection, no chemistry. It really makes me wonder what Brandon actually thinks love and being in a relationship truly entails. After all, if you pay attention to all of his audios, and even the stories where he's already in a relationship with one of his characters, it's usually just him and his girlfriend cuddling and listening to the rain and maybe playing a video game or talking about how much they love each other. There's not any real conversations, no chemistry, not even a real dynamic to play off of each other of any sort. And I guess in that regard, our mini Brony only highlights this more because for once, he has written a girl who, while they might sorta want to be with him and probably secretly also have a crush on him, at the same time, the way he wrote this character almost makes it seem like they are clearly uncomfortable with his advances, which I guess I'll give him some credit for actually, this character strangely being much more realistically written in his fashion. But it's also super uncomfortable in an actually, again, Chris-chan Sonichu-like way. And I say that because this series in particular feels like a strange look behind the curtain. And maybe that only comes from the fact that with this one he finally made it beyond the initial episode and premise setup. But again, it's that level of self-awareness that suddenly paints all of his interactions with these characters as less innocent, goofy, brazen love, and more so creepy and kind of manipulative. For a better example of what I mean, you can see this comment that he ends up making towards Twilight Sparkle about reading and what have you after he was just rejected again.
So during the cleanup, while we were cleaning up, I read a bit of Ponies of the Celestial Sea. It's really good. I think I'm starting to really like reading. Honestly, I don't know why I never tried it before, or why I couldn't get into it before. It's super addicting. I honestly want to read more. I think I love reading. Jeez, I never thought I'd say that.
Oh, Brandon. I'm glad you're enjoying reading, Brandon.
Actually, do you think you and I could have a reading session tonight? I'd like to actually read Ponies of the Caribbean with you. I think it'd be fun. Also, are there any sequels? I'm eager to read more. And are there any other books that are fantasy focused? I want to read all the exciting stories. This could honestly replace the internet for me. It's so fun. I think this is my new addiction. Now I can finally see why you like it so much. I think that's something we have in common now. We both love reading. Luckily I have a library full of books to read. I want to stay up all night reading with you.
Whoa, Brandon, slow down.
Geez. I think I nearly sounded like you, geeking out over books and libraries. Oops. But seriously, I've only read the first 2 chapters of Ponies of the Celestial Sea, and I'm already hooked. I'd love to check out all sorts of those. Maybe we could even have a reading binge together. We could even take turns reading to each other. Harry Trotter sounds all like Harry Potter for my world. I'd love to see what it's like here. I'd also want to read Daring Do, maybe some romance novels, like maybe The Bridal and the Bit. There's so many possibilities. How did I never try this before? I want to read a bunch more books.
Oh my, it's gotten so late. I guess we'll have to save that ice cream for later. You have a party to get to.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Like, you're seeing what I'm seeing here, right? It just feels like a strange manipulation tactic. Like, Brandon overplays it to such a wild degree that he wants to read books and what have you. A hobby that he never seemed to have any real interest in before now. And it happens so quickly and suddenly out of nowhere that it comes off as him trying to push his way into Twilight Sparkle's life by pretending to be interested in the things that she likes and trying to integrate himself into her hobby just to sort of force her to have to spend more time with him, and I guess eventually fall in love with him. It comes off almost like he's being a complete pest at this point, and strangely very fake. Again, I know I am analyzing this a lot, the interactions between a Brony and his My Little Pony waifu in this series, but I don't know, I just found it really fascinating how he went about presenting himself in this series in particular. But moving on, later he does end up telling her all about Super Mario and Mario Party and does a bunch of impressions for her.
Here you go, Twi. One plate for you and one for me.
Thanks, Brandon. You're such a thoughtful friend. Wow, these are delicious.
I hear that they are actually made by Brandon.
What the hey, Brandon? You cook?
Well, kinda. Pinky taught me how to cook. It's actually not as hard as I always thought it was. Once you get used to it, it's pretty easy, not gonna lie.
It's me, Mario. Thank you so much for playing my game. Let's go. Woohoo! I'm gonna save the princess. Mamma mia. Oh, Princess Peach.
Ooh, let me try. It's me, Pinky. Thank you so much for becoming my party. Let's go. Yippee! I am going to bake cupcakes aplenty.
Oh wow, not bad, Pinky.
There's also Wario. Have a rotten day. Or Waluigi. Everybody's singing but me. Or Luigi. Mario. Wow.
After this, he then gets to meet his new horse mom. And we also get new lore relating to how he got here into this world to begin with. That it was through a gift by Luna. And that this apparently implies that Brandon might have died in the real world to become part of the MLP world.
Honestly, in the previous few days I've been here, you've been so welcoming to me.
Oh, hello you two. Fancy seeing you here.
Oh, hey, you made it. This is Brandon, Lightning.
Oh, are you Lightning Star?
Yes, I am. It's nice to finally meet you, Brandon. I've heard lots about you from Fluttershy. I do apologize for my lateness, but I'm here now to enjoy the party.
Oh, yeah, it's nice to meet you too. I'm guessing, wait, Fluttershy? But I thought Twilight sent the letter.
That letter was actually an adoption certificate I got from Mayor Air while you were working with Pinky.
Oh, interesting. I had no idea.
We wanted to surprise you, but I guess the cat's out of the bag now.
Yeah, guess so. So then, you're my new mom then?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. I promise I'll be a good son to you, Mom. But there's something I want to do first. So, I just want to say, thanks so much for showing so much hospitality and letting me stay in your castle. I'm gonna miss seeing you every morning, but I'm happy to know I have a mother now. Thank you for everything. I'm forever grateful for everything you've done for me. I can't tell you enough how grateful I am to you, Twilight. Just try not to miss me too much, okay? I know I'm awesome and all, but no need to get all sad for me.
But what Luna has not told any pony about what you described, and for good reason, is that when ponies who control the dream are taking their last breath, it's a privilege Luna gives them.
What? I'm dead?
Shh. Of course not. You're here with me. But in the end, when Luna generates a peaceful and comforting dream for them, it's a way to ease their transition to the afterlife and make it less scary and painful.
So, I'm not in the afterlife?
And that's the thing, Brandon. Luna only does this for ponies in their last breath. It's a final gift to ease their passing into the afterlife. I don't know how or why Luna chose to give you that dream, but it's something that shouldn't be taken lightly. It's a special and rare gift, and we need to figure out why she chose you and what it means for you.
Yeah, you're right, Twi. We should probably ask her.
Which is actually kind of interesting. but not nearly as interesting as the cringy and frankly really uncomfortable scene that plays after.
Trials. Gotcha.
Brandon, what the hey? Stop attacking me. What was that for?
I wasn't attacking you. I was being playful, silly mare.
I think you had too much punch, Brandon. I'm taking you back to your mom. You have to ask when you have to play like that. Or maybe it's me. Maybe in your world, it's okay to be touchy-feely. And Brant, I'm trying to be patient with you being new here, but Friendship lesson 3. Respect others' wishes even if they don't coincide with yours.
Sorry, I was just trying to have fun, that's all. I'm sorry.
Well, you just had a party. How much more fun can it get? We had you do lots of things.
Okay, fine, I get it. I'm sorry for surprising you like that. I'll give you a bit of a warning next time. Honestly, I'm a bit intimidated by you at times, Twiles. I mean, you're so much taller than me, you practically tower over me, and with how serious you act sometimes with me touching you, it gets a little intimidating. Sometimes I feel puny in comparison to you, like a tiny insect.
I don't mean to be, and please don't feel puny or small. You're not an insect. I may be taller than you, but that doesn't make you any less important to me. Look at you. You spent a day in Equestria, and already you have a mom and a job. You just need help on equine social studies.
Thanks, Twi. I appreciate it. Seriously, you mean a lot to me. I just want you to be happy. That's all I care about.
Yes, that's right. We have a scene all about how Brandon is acting like a touchy-feely sex pest and not allowing Twilight time to consent before touching her. Only for Brandon to then talk about how intimidated by Twilight he feels because he's so small. At least he's so small compared to her, which doesn't even make sense since he really isn't all that small compared to her. Again, despite this show being indeed called Our Mini Brony, he really isn't mini or anything here. It's just so baffling, and the entire conversation feels both narratively like Brandon is just very abusive and manipulative, but also it's just so fetishistically charged out of nowhere. Well, maybe not out of nowhere, but it definitely feels out of nowhere in the context of the scene. Like, holy fuck, how can he both be so self-aware and yet still continue to do this? Or rather, I guess, write himself to keep doing this. It almost feels like it's based on some sort of real interaction, with how oddly specific some of it is as well. It's candid and vulnerable in a way that now is also kind of reminding me of Mike and Melissa just a little bit. By the end of this extremely long episode, it ends on a cliffhanger, with him heading to Luna to ask her what's up with why she sent him here to begin with. And to really top off this strange video Sunday, the follow-up to it would feature Brandon's producer for this, epic, and details what they are going to need for episode 3 to get off the ground, and how much money they're going to need for this, as well as the fact that they apparently have a fucking script doctor for this shit.
Hello. Hi, every pony. My name's Kenneth Althorpe, the producer of Can Do Studios, the person who's actually helped Brandon make episode 2 of Our Mini Brony, a Friendship Tale, Human and Equestria series. You liking the series so far? Put a thumbs up in the chat if you have so far. I want to talk to you guys about a few things. Excuse me.
Nice. Crazy to think how much we've done in so little time.
Give me a second. Things I want to talk to you about. Episode 3 is pretty much written. We just got to get it all finalized by an actual person who actually looks for lore and good stuff. We're going to make sure it's actually perfect and spot on. After that, we're going to need some requisitions. And in order to do that, we need some source filming reps that are not quite out there yet. So the second thing we're going to need is Cloudsdale. And I mean the entirety of Cloudsdale. That's probably going to be like a $200 expense right there. And like I said, if you guys know anybody who knows how to make these maps for a low cost than what we have projected, let me know in the comment section below, because we're currently looking for someone like that. Third of all, and this is the last one, this is the requisition order, is a Zeppelin, because that is going to be the mode of transportation to Cloudsdale to Ponyville, because it's not just humans that go up and down. There's also Pegasi that do not know how to fly. Scootaloo. Anyway,
Bro, all of this over a guy making a series about wanting to fuck a horse? I mean, hey, I guess you can spend your time and money however you wish. At the end of the day, still, it is rather fascinating how many people are helping and working with Brandon by this point to make all of these series a reality. Maybe that too is the power of the Brony fandom. Then we move back to the Equestria Girls series with Equestria Girls, a Brony at Canterlot High episode 3, with the main thing of note here being his very strange fetish/fixation on being adopted or going through having a mother. It feels strangely sexual since he does love being mothered in general by nearly all of his various love interests. But apparently there is a deeper lore as to why he loves this plot element in particular, as revealed in an interview Brandon did with a YouTuber known simply as Anon, this dude in a green suit, which seems to be a meme outfit of sorts connected to 4chan and Brony meetups as well.
What if you take Applejack to be your lawfully wedded mare for all of eternity until your souls finally unite in Equestria after your death? Do you understand?
Yes.
Very good, then you may now kiss it wide. I pronounce you man and mare. Do it!
Yeah!
That being said, he actually gets some pretty good questions in for Brandon, with in particular him asking why he likes getting adopted and why that story element keeps showing up in his series.
Question that people really want answered.
Okay.
Why is it that you keep on getting adopted by older mares in your videos?
That only happened once with Lightning Star. Lightning Star was an OC that I adopted on Amino. Believe it or not.
So you adopted her and then she adopted you.
Well, she was an OC adopt that I paid for with Amino coins.
Right.
And
yeah,
and I'm not like most people who just adopt an OC just to adopt them. When I adopt an OC, I'm gonna use that OC in my projects. Like I'm not like some people who just adopt an OC and then don't do anything with them like most people do. But I adopt OCs and I adopt the OCs in an attempt to actually use them for my stuff. And I adopted both Flame Blitz and Lightning Star from the same person. Lightning Star is the only character that I've had as like an adoptive mother. And also the reason I do it is because my mother in real life is kind of, I don't want to go too into it in case she sees this, but she's not the most loving mother that I've had. She's not the most loving, compassionate mom. I've had like a lot of like trauma as like a kid, and I never really truly got to experience a loving, kind of stereotypical loving mom that everyone wishes to have. So basically I created Lightning Star's personality to be a sort of loving mother, to be the loving mother that I always wished I sort of had. So yeah.
Well, yeah, sorry to hear that, Brandon.
Which definitely gives some insight into Brandon's mindset and why he loves this concept, and sort of also into his childhood, if he is to be believed, I suppose. And there's also a few more select clips that sort of add on to this general narrative.
I love both worlds. I love the idea of going back to high school and like redoing high school, but at Canterlot High, because I missed my graduation ceremony because I was having a downward spiral and stuff. And I was having a really bad mental breakdown, and I was off my meds. So like basically because of that, I didn't attend my graduation ceremony. So my dream is to become a teenager again, go back to high school, and go back to CHS and redo my graduation ceremony and graduate with the Rainbooms. That's like my dream.
Okay.
In the end, what this mostly reveals is what many might have already suspected, that these videos are a sort of escapism from reality, as well as a self-masturbatory, continuous art piece of his mind's innermost desires and wishes, manifest as something we all get to witness, which is truly something worth cherishing, I would say. But back into the meat of stuff. Our Mini Brony Episode 3. This series, like the Persona one and the Equestria Girls one, so too has a pony called Blue Raspberry or whatever that really wants that half-wit hacky sack. I'm not exactly sure why Brandon loves this particular character concept so very much. The obsessive stalker, maybe it's something he secretly wishes that he had IRL. But honestly, at least here, the whole thing is so cliche and silly, it kinda rounds back to being just pretty funny in general.
Father, Brandon is someone I'd like to be more than just friends with. Like, really, I want him. All the things I own does not amount to how much I want him.
Well, it seems as though he has an infatuation for some pony else. The Princess of Friendship. I am not to hear of you pursuing this hideous creature any longer.
Like, what are you talking about? I think he's totally cute. Besides, Twilight doesn't even seem to like him. I've had crushes before, but this feels different. Like, something I've never felt before.
Oh my Celestia. Are you serious? Like, who even are you?
You just think you love him, darling. We rich ponies only marry for wealth.
Okay. Consider this. Wealthy ponies also collect rare and unique treasures. And, well, Brandon is the only human here, and I want him as my treasure.
The animation for this episode has gotten a bit better now as well, without any use of the cursed AI he was doing before. Now there's a bunch more lore and, strangely, way more production value here. Well, kinda. As we get a big ol' lore dump, and then we get right back into the cringe-ass relationship stuff.
Brandon, what if I told thou you came from that Belle's soul?
What? No, I didn't. I came from my mom, Sarah.
Not in a literal sense, Brandon. 'Tis difficult to explain, even though I don't fully comprehend it. One wonders. Many moons ago, for the first time in a long length of time, I felt an entity enter the Belle soul. One I had thought belonged to the Tantibus, as its stench was familiar. At first, I thought not of it, for I believed it but the energy of the Belle. But my curiosity got the better of me, and before I knew it, it opened like a shroud, revealing many fleshy individuals like yourself. I scanned each section until I came to this one, for it was the strongest. So mayhaps what you are seeing is a sort of vision portal. I do not understand why it is going to you, but I found out I could reach you through your dreams.
Interesting. Well, speaking of Twilight, I'm worried I may be messing things up with her. I keep getting in her personal space, and I fear that she and I may grow apart, and I may never have a chance at winning her heart. But it's so hard. I love her. I just can't move on. It hurts.
I understand how you feel, Brandon. It can be difficult to bear the weight of unrequited love. But know that burying your feelings may not be the best solution. It is important to communicate your feelings honestly and respectfully to Twilight, which I gather from your expression you have already.
I have, and she wants to take things slowly, which I'm completely willing to do, but every day I keep messing up and ruining my own chances with her. I just wish relationships weren't so hard.
I elate. I am 1,020 years a virgin.
Bro, oh my god, what the fuck? Then suddenly we have a very, Disney-esque moment. Or at least what I think Brandon wanted to be a Disney-like moment. With Luna carrying him on her back and singing him a song, a lullaby to have him fall asleep to. I am not kidding when I tell you this shit goes on for like another 4 more minutes. So, moving on. And after this, we have this villain who's named, well, I don't really know who he is, but let's just call him Hard-Ass Voidmire. So, Hard-Ass Voidmire has this scene where he exposits a bunch of lore about a war or something he's trying to do, I guess.
A ruined book. This smells old. Very old. However, despite it being old, I have never seen nor have read it. This book was dipped in a material that is able to keep it from being burned. From what I recall, before my banishment, this is a familiar concoction that is able to repel a sun. But why would you put that in a book? The contents in it must be important. Heh, 'tis not but a journal. This makes no sense. How would one recounting be that important to cover the pages as thus? It is not a material that one would easily require in the current age. At least, in the current age. No. The pages recount of a war that hasn't happened, or at least one I wasn't aware of. I was awake for those 10,000 years. I would know if there was a war such as this. I would have felt it. The only logical conclusion is that this book is not of this timeline. And if this pony's recounting of a devastating war that happened in his past, then a devastating war is still to come. This changes my plans.
Hard-Ass just deducted a bunch of shit based on literally nothing there. But whatever. Next, we have a scene where Brandon finally interacts with his newly adopted family. And wow, is it awkward as hell. With the rule thing in particular being extremely weird.
Oh shit, Mom, how did I get here? How did I sleep in? I need to go to the Crystal Empire to get love advice from Princess Cadence.
Whoa, language, dear. What a thing to say at the start of the morning. Good morning, happy Mare's Day. I know you have places to be, but as your new mother, I think it's important to start the day right. Wouldn't you say? Like, for example, some house rules. Oh, I know it's your first day here, but it is important for me to protect you as my son. I want to lay some boundaries first.
Okay, I understand, Mom. What are your boundaries?
Well, first, no swearing or lewds in this household. No shits, no cucks, no fucks. Understand?
Oh, right. Yeah. Sorry, Mom.
His dynamic with his sister is also rather bizarre, as is everyone just kind of accepting him and pretending as though he's almost always been there, as is Brandon's single-minded dynamic with the narrative, in that literally every conversation he has with everyone about anything is always going to round back to how he wants to fuck Twilight Sparkle, and he seems to have literally no other goals in this world, nor does he have any shame about talking about this, or rather whining about it constantly.
And you must be Brandon. I'm Fuchsia, your little sister. Nice to meet you, Bee.
You too, Fuchsia. I can't stay for long as I need to head to the Crystal Empire to see Cadence.
Wow. Way to be rude, Brandon. We just met and you're already avoiding me. What's your problem?
I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I wasn't trying to avoid you, I swear. I just need to see Cadence for something important. It's about my relationship with Princess Twilight. I guess I can stay a little longer.
You must have been doing something with Luna to be doing something that late. What was it?
Phew, that's between him and the princess now. A royal secret that has to be kept.
You should totally be a spy and tell me anyway. And don't leave out the juicy parts.
Juicy? You don't think of me and Luna... Mom!
That is enough. Phew. Get ready to go.
Hey, I didn't say it.
Hey, Squirt. Welcome to the family. Didn't see or hear you come down. Sorry about that. My name is Flame, but you can call me Dad if you want.
You apparently didn't hear him mention his feelings for Luna either.
Sis, jeez.
Well, as your new father, why don't you tell me all about this girl? How did you meet her? What do you like about her? After all, as your father, I should care for your future.
Did you happen to thank Twilight for a suggestion to us? I have a feeling you already have.
Yeah, I did. She's really nice doing that for me. It's one of the many reasons why I like her so much. She's so incredible. She's a real woman.
Woman? What is a woman? Can I have one?
It's what humans call a grown-up female. I felt like woman was a better term to use than mare, because I feel like she's more than just a mare. She's a true woman. She's a goddess.
Son!
Dang, you got it bad.
We do not take Faust's name in vain in this house. Do you understand?
Oh geez, I'm sorry.
You think there would be some scenes where he tries to ask some questions about his new adopted family? Or that maybe they have some sort of drama or conflict that's going on that he kind of just walked into by being adopted, and now he's trying to catch up with it. And maybe him being there also adds an extra bit of drama or issue to whatever this could be. That's what someone who wanted to write something that wasn't just ultimately leading to their self-insert fucking a horse might try to do, but as we can see, that's not the case here. Then later on, Brandon has to take this test at a school to find out what his placement's going to be. The test being on how much he knows about friendship, I guess. And during the course of this, Discord shows up and starts fucking with him and talks about how much he wants to see Brandon succeed in wooing Twilight because it will cause extra chaos in the universe for their half-human, half-horse beings running around the place, which is fair, I guess.
Familiar? I would think so.
Wait a minute, Discord?
So, you have heard of me.
Yes, I have. You're the Lord of Chaos.
Bravo indeed. You're quite knowledgeable, my dear Brandon. I see Twilight has taken in another curious creature. I can't wait to see what kind of chaos you'll bring to Equestria.
The episode then ends with this blue-ass bitch or whatever telling Brandon sorry, as well as Brandon, I guess, sending a message to his family IRL that he's gone now, to another dimension, forever, and that he most likely will not be coming back to them. And then we have yet another banger of a song sung by our musical maestro, Brandon, in this cover of Airplanes, where Brandon and Twilight sing Airplanes. And I truly believe it speaks for itself.
Can we pretend that airplanes in the night sky like shooting stars? I can really use a wish right now, wish right now, wish right now. Could we pretend that airplanes in the night sky like shooting stars? I can really use a wish right now, wish right now, right now.
Yeah, I could use a dream or a genie or a wish to go back to a place much simpler than this.
Speaking of masterpieces and works of objective art, I wonder how things are going over on Brandon's DeviantArt page. Oh, okay. So remember how before when Brandon was starting to get into the concept of giantesses and we already had some pretty fucking cursed art that came from that, well, things only progressed to an entirely new level of degenerate, with some of the highlights of this being like that of Celestia, sitting down and crushing a bunch of little people under her massive booty, and then proceeding to drink a cup full of tiny people, though I imagine if that was a cup of coffee they're in, they must have all been boiling alive, so maybe this was a sort of mercy killing. Oh, and then her squishing the little disgusting black creatures under her thumb, saying, quote, "Ugh, my desk seems to be infested. Better squish these pests." Squish. Damn pests. Well, back to work, I suppose. Then we have this one, where Brandon is underneath, this character named Wallflower. He also has this one where the blue raspberry bitch steps on him. Or Lady Yang crushes him under her massive fat fucking dumper. Or this one where Brandon is crushed to death under the foot of his loving adoptive mom, with a description that I can only describe as truly horrifying in scenario, and very just an RPG-like, if I do say so myself. It reading, quote, "Fuchsia's drawer was open, like a cave filled with forbidden treasures. Brandon, heart-pounding, rummaged through his sister's soft fabrics, feeling that mix of curiosity and guilt that always got him into trouble. He didn't know why he was doing it, only that he shouldn't. And then, without warning, the world twisted. A blinding flash enveloped him, and his body contracted as if sucked into a void. Everything spun, and when he opened his eyes, the floor was an infinite desert, and Fuchsia's drawer, now a colossal mountain, loomed like an unreachable range." "What the heck?" Brandon whispered, but his voice was a barely audible squeak, like a mosquito's buzz. Suddenly, the ground shook. Boom! Boom! The steps echoed like distant thunder rattling his tiny body. Brandon stumbled, falling to his knees. He looked up, and there, in the distance, appeared a titanic figure. It was his mother, Lightning Star, but now she was a towering goddess. Her turtleneck sweater rose like a wall. Her dark blue jeans resembled a night sky, and her black flat shoes, each the size of a stadium, advanced with terrifying precision. Her yellow eyes, usually warm, now stared down at him from an impossible height, her face twisted in disgust. "Ugh! Fuchsia, I thought I told you to clean your room. Now we've got ants!" Her voice boomed, each word a quake that shook Brandon's bones. I guess I'll deal with it myself. Oh, and by the way, Fuchsia, have you seen your brother?" From somewhere outside, Fuchsia's voice answered, distant and carefree. "No, Mom, I haven't seen him all day." Brandon, paralyzed, could barely process what was happening. His mother was looking at him like he was a vermin. He tried to run, but his tiny legs barely moved him a few centimeters. The ground shook again as Lightning Star took another step closer, the air filled with the smell of worn leather and dust as her massive shoe rose above him. The soul, covered in deep grooves and dirt stains, was a landscape of destruction. Brandon screamed with all his might, his voice pitched and desperate. "Mom, wait! I'm not a bug, it's me, your son, Brandon. I shrank by accident. Please don't crush me." But his cry was an insignificant whisper to the colossus that was his mother. The shoe came down and the world darkened. Crash! The impact threw him to the ground. An indescribable amount of pain shot through him. His body, fragile as a grain of sand, got caught in one of the deep grooves of the shoe's non-slip sole. The pressure was unbearable, but miraculously he wasn't dead. Half crushed, his body twisted and bruised, Brandon clung to life, trapped in the grime of his mother's shoe. "Ugh! So gross!" Lightning Star's voice thundered, each syllable a hammer against Brandon's eardrums. The world began to move again. The soul began to twist, grinding with a horrific crunch. Brandon felt his body being pulverized, piece by piece, as the dirt of the soul engulfed him. His mind, still conscious, screamed in panic. The image of his mother, who had always protected him, was now his executioner. His head was the last to give, unquote. So that's gotta prove that there's some kind of fetish related with the mom thing, right? Because he described in horrifying detail being crushed alive by his adoptive mom, and wrote about it with the same detail that he does with all of the other cases of his waifus killing him or teasing him or whatever. I also like how this started by him rummaging through what I guess would be his adopted sister Fuchsia's underwear drawer. Swell guy overall, Brandon is, truly. But overall, that was still pretty damn dark. So how about we lighten the mood with this one, where Brandon is being crushed under the ass of Starlight Glimmer, while she rips a massive fucking fart all over him. Quote, Starlight Glimmer was lounging on her living room couch, foam pressed to her ear as she chatted lively with Sunset Shimmer. It had been a long day, and after a heavy Mexican food dinner with her friend, she just wanted to unwind. Unbeknownst to her, her backside covered a tiny, invisible world. A civilization of microboys, the size of dust specks, living on the couch cushion. To them, Starlight's colossal weight was like a living mountain crushing down from the sky. As she talked, Starlight casually shifted to one side, adjusting herself on the couch. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling roar echoed through the room. A massive, stinky fart escaped her, shaking the air. Starlight wrinkled her nose and thought to herself, ah, this is what I get. I guess that's what happens when I eat Mexican food with Sunset. Ugh, that stinks, she chuckled softly, feeling an unexpected sense of relief. On the other end of the line, Sunset Shimmer heard the blast through the phone. Hey girl, what was that? She asked, her voice a mix of surprise and amusement. Starlight, letting out a small squeak of embarrassment, quickly replied, Eek, I think a motorcycle just passed by or something, haha. She settled back into the couch, pleased to have released such a huge load of pressure, completely unaware of the chaos she'd unleashed beneath her, the terror under her rear. For the microboys trapped under Starlight's enormous, oblivious backside, the scene was an apocalypse. When she first sat down, her crushing weight instantly flattened dozens of them, reducing them to nothing against the cushion's fabric. Others, luckier at first, were then struck in the force of the gas, soaring like meteors to unknown fates, while others were torn apart by the brutal pressure of the sound and wind. A few survivors, dazed and terrified, clung to whatever they could as the air filled with an unbearable stench. It was a toxic cloud, a thick, warm miasma that burned their tiny lungs. To them, Starlight's sexy, huge butt was nothing short of a cruel, unaware deity of force of nature that crushed them without mercy or knowledge of their existence. Amid the wreckage, one brave little survivor remained alive, trapped beneath a portion of her immense curve. Every slight shift from Starlight was torture. The weight pressed down harder, pinning him against the cushion, while the stifling heat and lingering smell enveloped him. He knew there was no immediate escape. It would be a while, maybe hours, enduring that living prison, hoping she'd eventually stand up and free him, or crush him completely without even noticing. Starlight, totally clueless, kept chatting with Sunset, laughing about their dinner and planning their next hangout, while the couch remained the stage for a microscopic tragedy. You know what, Sunset? I think I'll stay here a bit longer. This couch is just too comfy, she said with a smile, settling in even more, unquote. Just a reminder that everything you just read and saw, this dude has a constant fucking stiffy looking at it and reading that description of him being fucking annihilated by a giant woman's ass and fart. I would say that means that he just wants a big dommy mommy, as they say, to step on him. But really, that's kind of underplaying it. In this case, it seems like he wants to have a big dommy mommy destroyer to fucking wipe his ass out from all existence, like an ant so thoughtlessly stepped upon. Hell, maybe Brandon really was trying to be a pest to Twilight Sparkle in that one episode, because in his mind, he is a pest, and he deserves to be punished for it. And you might not have noticed it because of, well, how crazy things have been, but this picture also confirms that Brandon now has a fucking brap fetish as well. Funnily enough, that one interview from earlier does go into a little bit more detail about why he loves this sort of stuff, at least the macro woman stuff.
I don't know if you guys are aware of this. This may seem weird to say, but I kind of have a macro-micro fetish. I don't know if you guys know about that.
So like
if
you
not
want
seen
you want the pony to be big.
Yeah, or to be shrunk near the pony, shrunk down near the pony, like to flea size.
Is it like, oh, so you like really, really big mares, not just like twice as big as a person?
Yeah, I'm talking about like building size, or even mountain size, or even planet sized. Like
planet size.
Yeah, like
see that
like bigger than a planet, where they can eat a planet whole, basically.
That never made too much sense to me. Like I never clicked with that kind of stuff, because it's like, if it's so big, it's like you're interacting with a fuzzy wall instead of like the pony, I feel like. So
yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, well, mainly I like unaware and like shrunken down as opposed to growth. I don't mind growth. I like growth sometimes. The majority of the time I like shrinking, being shrunk.
Okay.
Shrunk down to like micro size.
Of course, Brandon is far from alone in his desires, as one little glance into the comment sections of these pictures will quickly reveal to you. Quote, that's really hot. I love the idea of a tiny being crushed by his big mommy who thinks he's just a gross bug. Now you're just a smear on your mommy's shoe and she'll be wondering where her son went. No fucking way you find this hot. The artist is a plow. Let that sink in. Yep, I do. Deal with it. You sick, disgusting, vile creature. Dogs like you should have been put down at birth. I agree. What? That's a really fucking hot scenario. The Tinies must have been so scared, desperately hoping Twilight would notice them and save them. But instead, she just looks at them disgusted and grinds them and smears them on her shoe. Yep, you're right. That's very arousing to think about. I bet Twilight was so grossed out by these annoying little bugs making a mess on her nice shoes. Yeah, for sure. I wish I could be one of those little bugs and get turned into a smear on her shoe. Same here. And, yeah, there's more, but I think you get the point. But this train just can't stop anytime soon, which is why we are now moving on to Persona 5, yet again, with the second episode of his A Phantom Thief from Another World series.
This place is just so cool, man. All the rides and attractions in one place is just a crazy vibe. So, what do you want to do first? I'm down for whatever.
I call dibs on riding the roller coaster.
Hell yeah! You made a damn good choice, Brandon. Let's go. You and me.
Okay, sounds good. Whoa!
Finally! It's our turn. It's about effing time. For real? You guys are riding this too?
You bet your hunches we are. I love a good thrill every now and then.
Yeah. Without thrills, what's even the point of going to a place like this, am I right? You haven't lived unless you've been on a ride like this.
Yes, I may hold back my excitement most of the time, but I do appreciate a good thrill every now and then.
Oh, come on, Yusuke. You totally don't like thrills. Be honest, man.
Oh, all right. If you must know the truth, I lost a bet with Futaba. It's a bit much to explain.
You got that right, Inari. Don't worry. You'll love it.
I will trust your judgment.
Come on, guys. It's our turn.
Right.
I swear, Ren, you better not make me regret going on a ride with you. Everybody says roller coasters are the fastest in the back.
Calm down, Morgana. You'll be fine.
Let's just get this over with already.
Oh dear
Lord! Mercy!
The ride was badass! Props to you for suggesting it, B-Dog.
Thanks! I felt a huge adrenaline rush from that ride.
Even though you were screaming your head off and holding onto the safety bar?
Oh, come on. I always do that on roller coasters. It doesn't mean I don't like them. It's just how I get my adrenaline out.
Oh, calm down, Brandon. I was just teasing.
So, like, when are you two gonna kiss?
Would you shut up?
Hey, easy! It was just a question.
And how many times do I have to say it? Brandon is just a friend.
Alright. Sheesh.
Hey, On, why don't I win you a prize at the beanbag toss game? I'm a pro at that game.
Sure. If you do, though, I want the giant panda. He's just so adorable and cuddly.
Sounds good to me. Let's go.
You know, it's really starting to hit me that these Persona videos in particular are written like a Pooh's Adventure wiki story, where everyone needs to keep jumping in just to say essentially the same exact thing, but showcase that they are there for it. Now, if you don't know what I'm referencing when I say a Pooh's Adventure wiki story, good for you, but also maybe I'll talk about that rabbit hole another time. We'll just have to wait and see. Well, anyway, then we have a scene where that blue-haired girl is trying to sexually assault Brandon.
Now's my chance. You're mine, you sexy hunk.
Hey!
Hey! Hands off of him, you bitch! Nizuru-san! I should have known. You and your spoiled attitude. Figures you'd try to go for the first boy you'd see. Typical.
Yeah, you're right. But this boy is different than any other. He's special. He's the one I want. And I won't let you steal him from me again, Takamaki-san. I work with the student council, and I can easily get you expelled.
Yeah, right! Like they'd listen to you!
Oh, I have my ways. I own the school. Whatever I tell them, they'll listen to me. They always do.
You bitch!
Why, thank you.
That wasn't a fucking compliment!
Oh, I'll be glad to show her what a real compliment feels like. I don't give a shit if she's a girl!
Well, I should be going now. Come the end of summer, you'll be expelled on. I hope you're ready.
What the fuck just happened?
And the video ends with it being revealed that the Blueberry Girl Persona 5 edition has a palace in the metaverse. And well, I suppose we might as well cover episode 3 of this Persona series while we're at it, since for now it's the last one he's made of this Persona series at the time of me writing this.
Figures.
The hell? Why is our school always interpreted as a place of royalty?
Sir Brandon, your presence is requested by Lady Kichiga.
No way! He ain't coming!
Nope, I'm leaving.
His sole presence is requested.
Hey, let me go! You're hurting me!
I take it back. She's exactly like Kamoshida.
Ugh, for fuck's sake!
No, I'm not letting this happen again. Makoto, what's our plan? First, we'll need to find a way in.
That's an 18th century style mansion. The only way I can see us entering is if we head down the chimney, or break through the window. However, both have the possibility of getting us spotted.
Let's search anyway.
Bros, I'm gonna be so for real. You guys have killed literal gods by now. Come on, why are you even trying to bother sneaking around at this point?
Oh, Brandon, it's been so long since I found a boy as special as you. But now, I have you wrapped around my finger. You don't have to worry about that slutty bitch Takamaki-san anymore. We can finally be happy together.
Look at me and tell me, are you willing to give yourself up to me and be my little boy toy?
Hell no. I'd never be your boy toy. I'm not just some object for you to fuck with. I'm a human being, and Anna's no slutty bitch. She's more of a woman than you could ever hope to be. And if anyone is a slutty bitch, it's you. You seriously think you can do whatever you want with men and control them to get what you want? Well, I'm sorry, but that's not going to be happening with me. I'd rather die before giving myself to you.
So be it then. I hate to have to do this to you. I'm afraid I'm gonna have to kill you. Bodyguards, take care of this pathetic excuse of a man who refuses to respect my perfection.
What?
Sorry, kid. Lady Kid's got orders. Let's get him.
Don't worry, Brandon. You're safe now. Good job, Carmen.
Thanks, Ann. You saved my life.
It was nothing. Just helping out a good friend.
Thank you. Seriously.
You fucking slut! You destroyed my bodyguards! You know, it seems as though this girl means a lot to you, doesn't she?
What are you planning, you crazy bitch?
Perhaps, instead of killing you, I'll kill your precious woman instead. And you can live with the pain of grieving over her unfortunate death by my doing.
I'd like to see you try. Ah! Let me go, you fucking psycho!
Let her go right now!
Let me think about it. No, I'd much rather see you witness her die.
I said, let her go! Ah!
Why are you laying there? Are you seriously considering watching your beloved suffer like this? Why don't we forge a contract?
Get out of my head! Alright. Lend me your power.
I am thou.
Are we being for real with the Persona design? Also, wow, out of all the Persona Awakening scenes, this one has gotta be the most incel coded. He loves fighting women, who he sees as toying with men, and keeping his virtue or whatever, despite the fact that, let's be real, if some woman started showing him any of the slightest bit of care or affection or obsession IRL, Brandon would probably fall under their thumb in an instant, folding to her temptations like an origami crane.
Now taste my blade, shadow assholes!
More shadows? Watch out! Come on, guys, let's give them some backup.
Right. Arsene!
Let's go, Carmen!
Come, Dorma.
Time to show them the power of the fire and flames. Let's hit him with a blazing hell move.
Good job, Lady Ann. You took one out. Not that I ever doubted you.
Taste my whip, Shadows!
You know, sometimes you gotta wonder how he gets so many voice actors for these projects. Like, I know he pays them, but are VAs just that desperate that they'll play what is basically this guy's jerk-off fantasy for him? Like, what was the pitch for this one? Is Persona 5 but with a weird brony degen shitting up the place? And with how many times he's gotten these different voice actors to basically do these jobs where they flirt with him and giggle and coo and baby him, at what point does it cease being a voice acting job and starts being a form of virtual prostitution, you know? Now, to be fair, maybe he pulls them in by promising to pay these people a decent money for being able to play a cool character that they probably already really like, before then telling them that their character is actually going to be in love with him. And they probably ask something like, "Oh, you mean the character that you're playing?" "No, I mean they're in love with me." But at any rate, supposedly there will be more Persona 5 episodes made in the future. But unfortunately for Brandon, he actually did run into some problems with producing episode 4 if his YouTube posts are anything to go off of, as it seems that many of the voice actors for these roles have since left the project for one reason or another. And so I do wish him the best in getting some new voice actors for the job, He did wonder if it would be better if he just used AI, and that seemed to not go over very well with most people. I personally believe Brandon is going to be able to get some new voice actors, as I'm sure there are some people out there that would love to be a part of some very funny internet history, and who can also give the roles their all. On the flip side, he has currently 3 more Equestria Girls, a Brony and Canterlot episodes, with episode 4 once again seeing this blue raspberry girl wanting him really badly. It really feels like this character just exists as a sort of power fantasy for Brandon, wherein instead of constantly being rejected by a girl, he gets to reject a girl instead, one who is obsessive and wants him more than anything, to a rather illogical and crazy degree, which is a little bit disturbing if those traits are projections from himself in some sense onto this character that he can reject. She is, after all, just as forward and eager to express her love and admiration as he is to his various waifu and pony-related characters. The main difference is, I guess, is that she's a meanie and she's rich, and yet besides those superficial traits, there's something about her that just feels very in line with Brandon. I mean, she even has the same shade of blue as his signature blue hoodie that he wears in almost every single thing that he puts himself into. I guess what I'm saying is there's something about this character that's either very Freudian or Jungian maybe? I don't know, but there's something psychologically silly about this whole thing. But anyway, she ends up harassing Brandon in Sunset, and then this gray dude kicks her out of the school dance or whatever. Then Brandon and Sunset are able to dance to a love song in full, which I can't show you on YouTube due to the copyright. More high school stuff ensues before we are then introduced to the main bad guy of this series. This dude named Falsetto Lust, who has such a bizarre name, I have to assume it is also another fan character of Brandon's. Though, if this is actually a character from the Equestria Girls show, I guess let me know in the comment section down below. But anywho, Falsetto Lust is gonna come in and kill them all or some shit, I guess. He kinda just comes out of nowhere if I'm gonna be honest. Brandon and Sunfire then crown prom king and queen, but not before Blueberry grabs the crown to wear it first. But then Blue Raspberry gets fucking beat up by Sunfire. After that, we then get to hear what exactly Falsetto plans on doing. And, well...
Ugh, just look at them. Look at all their happy sides. Their light sides, their bright sides. This is already becoming a joke to where they became a lot more smarter. And that's just sad that they never realize a real threat is inside out of their hearts.
Hearts? You wanted to destroy their own hearts?
Most can be watchers of all of its eyes to feel much stronger, like their premonitions of sensing real and real danger. Not today, not this time.
What kind of plan are you thinking of here, Falsetto?
For your love, baby. Anything around your neck makes it being so delightful and mushy.
What are you talking about?
How will your pendant be used for something else?
Only for singing. Harmonizing a song to grow negative power.
But would you want more than that? Because harmonizing a song for power is not the fate to destroy people. It's the strength across a physic to your body is what grows much more than your cute voice.
Adagio's jaw dropped a little.
Oh, he got you good. So, you wanted to use our pendants for something else?
It does make more sense when I really talk about it, because your voices really do suck. Not offensively, but inside of my guts, it's just the truth.
Is it just me, or is Falsetto's lines genuinely difficult to follow? Like his dialogue legitimately feels like it was written by an alien. It appears human, but the more you try and pay attention to it, the less sense it actually makes. And in fact, this is a super bizarre interaction in general, that after watching at least twice now, I still can't really figure out what the fuck is exactly going on. But by this video's end, another Brony named Junior gets pulled down into the ocean, and into the My Little Pony world too, I suppose.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Then, by episode 5 of Equestria Girls A Brony and Canterlot High, the series has been fully upgraded from not just being a visual novel / images on screen with audio playing, to now fully animated in 3D, similar to our mini Brony, meaning that the production quality has gone up. Well, in some sense anyway. It is visually more interesting than what was being shown before, but to be honest, a lot of the characters can't seem to really emote very well with their actual faces, nor with their bodies all that much. And as they're talking, they sort of twist around like backward and forward, sort of like in that movie Food Fight, except while there, at least they were using their arms to kind of try to express emotions more. Here, they don't even use their arms, they just use their whole upper bodies instead, with characters often leaning backward constantly while talking.
I'm back. Phew, I'm beat.
I can imagine. You're breathing heavily.
It's just a side effect of feeling the burn.
Uh-huh. Anyway, you took a bit longer than usual getting back.
I went on a longer walk. Plus, I ran into someone.
Oh my! Is it someone we know?
Unfortunately.
Let me guess. Blue raspberry?
Yeah, and pink lemon too.
Was she talking about me?
Not really. They were talking about the type of guys they're into. Though that blue bitch berry did mention something about her type being wimpy and kind of dumb.
Then yes, she was talking about me.
Wonderful. I'm sorry to hear your jog was ruined like that, Rainbow.
It's fine. I've been on worse jogs before.
Like that time you thought it was gonna be cloudy and then it started pouring down on you?
Hey! It wasn't my fault the weather person said it wasn't going to rain.
They said 20% chance of rain. 20% ain't zero last I checked.
Whatever. At least Pink Lemon was there to keep her in check. So it wasn't all that bad.
I suppose. So, what now?
Can you imagine how actually terrifying it would be if you were talking to someone and they were fucking moving like this? Also, I have to point this out now since it's in 3D at this point, but the size difference between Brandon and Starfire's heads here is extremely goofy. I also like how we have this new disclaimer at the beginning of this episode about all the characters being 18 and legal adults, and how will not be tolerated on this channel, which reminds me, wasn't there another bout of drama that we needed to cover from before? I suppose now is as good a time as any to finally talk about the biggest and most confusing drama for the channel, as well as what that video Brandon posted, The Truth About Brandon, was mostly in reference to. That being the RyanonWIfi controversy saga. So the biggest and most confusing drama that Brandon would come to be in, and the one that seemed to grab the attention of other people as well at the time, all started when a video was made by YouTuber RyanonWIfi, entitled Brandon the Lonely Pony, where Ryan accused Brandon of grooming a 15-year-old girl, with the evidence to back up his claims. And I suppose it's best to simply show you a few clips to best get an idea of what the evidence was.
RyanonWIfi here. Today we have some shocking news to announce regarding a My Little Pony YouTuber known as Brandon the Brony Pony, also known as the Brony Pony brothers. Recently I made a video about them, and shortly after I made that video, an old friend of theirs reached out to me and had some history to share. Events that took place almost 2 years ago are finally going to be exposed for the first time.
Any rumors you hear about me being a pedophile, they are not true. I repeat, they are not true.
The 15-year-old victim, who in this case was a former friend of Brandon, has been threatened on multiple occasions, warning that if this information is leaked, Brandon will dox them. The conversation began on August 8th of 2020. The victim says, "Hi Brandon, I see you want voice actors for your MLP series. I want to join." Brandon replies, "Whose voices can you do?" Fluttershy and Starlight. "Really? I need Starlight. Add me on Discord. My username is Brandon the Brony Pony. How old are you, by the way?" 15, almost 16. Installing Discord now. Are you okay with NSFW? Don't worry, it is only voice acting. He shouldn't even be doing those things in the first place. He's a 15-year-old boy. Do note you will not be paid for the voice acting. You will earn new friends from it. Friends is great, dude. You want me to do NSFW? I have a script ready for your audition as Starlight. Starlight is the most beautiful pony in all of Equestria. I wish I could marry her. Feel free to call me a dork whenever you want. So yeah, that seems to be some kink that he has, like being called dork. I have no idea what that's all about, but it's weird. Is this for YouTube, bro? Sounds sexual to me. This is for your audition. Best Starlight impression gets to be my full-time Starlight. 15.ai is unreliable for my series. We have everyone except Starlight. The quicker you get on Discord, the quicker we can get this series rolling. I added you on Discord. Why did you leave the call? Zach wants to hear your impression too. The sexual stuff made me uncomfortable. What happened is the victim went on Skype to do an audition, and Brandon wanted the young victim to do an impression but to also say some sexual things during the impression, so it made it sound like Starlight Glimmer was like saying dirty things to Brandon. His blue snowball microphone to the 15-year-old boy's house. And you'll notice if you go on Brandon's channel, Brandon actually did a review of that microphone. Turns out that Brandon didn't actually like the microphone, so he sent it to the 15-year-old boy so that he would sound better on the impressions, because it was a better mic. And we also have some proof as well, because the victim sent me a video showing that he has the microphone, so we'll show you that now. About the picture you sent me on Discord, why shirtless? And is that a sex toy in your arms? So what also happened is Brandon sent the 15-year-old boy a picture of him on a bed. Brandon was on the bed with a dildo in his arms, and he wanted the 15-year-old boy to edit a picture of Starlight Glimmer, like a 2D vector, over the dildo, so it made it look like he had Starlight Glimmer in his arms. So there's the picture that he sent the young victim. That's Brandon on the bed with no shirt on. Of course, the young victim edited the picture in there to make it look as if Starlight was on there. As we go through the chat, it gets a little more weird. Is this fine? I want to kiss her so badly. Can you edit Sunset on there too? I want her smelling my toes. Make sure it is Equestria Girl's version. Can you also cover my nipple using Twilight's cutie mark? No offense, dude, but I'm a little creeped out by this. Do you like me? Brandon, I've been friends with you for a few months now, and you keep asking me to do sexual stuff. When can I be in your series? Are you using me? I think you're taking advantage of my autism. You never told me you have autism. Does this mean we can't meet at BabsCon? If you can't come, I will go with my parents. You will be in my series soon, I promise. It turns out that Brandon wanted the 15-year-old to meet him up at BabsCon, which is a convention, is a My Little Pony convention. You just know what his intention is here. It's just to try and hook up with an underage kid, basically. I care about you a lot. I sent you my mic. What else do you want? I want to be treated for who I am. You seem to think I am Starlight. I am an autistic brony who wants to make friends on the internet. You're a brony? Please say this is a joke. This can't be happening right now. Does anyone else know about this? So it turns out that Brandon thought it was a 15-year-old girl, not a 15-year-old boy. So how didn't he know from the voice? He went on Discord and they talked. It just shows that he just wanted a 15-year-old girl.
So just to be clear, according to this video and the reports, Brandon, after having a 15-year-old audition for Starlight in his MLP series, and initially not liking their microphone quality, eventually changed his mind about the microphone quality, saying that the impression was so good that he would even send the minor his blue snowball microphone, and then randomly asking if the minor would Photoshop an image of himself holding a sex toy and turn it into an image of him holding Starlight. And then this minor apparently sent back this image. Brandon would then actually ask the minor if they liked him, and the minor would accuse Brandon of taking advantage of their autism, with him apparently only stopping contact with the minor when he found out that the child was actually a male. And there was apparently even video proof that Brandon had sent the blue snowball to their house. So that is a lot to take in, and is frankly quite damning, though it does call into question, who was this RyanonWIfi person? And furthermore, why did he make a video where he shows off a Brandon DVD that doesn't work while wearing fucking fishnets?
I have a new DVD
It's Brandon the Brony Pony, Ponies on Earth, pilot episode. This is an exclusive DVD. There's only one in the world, and I made it. It even has the disc on the inside. It's got Brandon himself, and I want to watch it because I have my DVD player right here.
Quite odd, but all the same, all this, as you might imagine, caused others to start making videos calling out Brandon for his behavior, as well as getting a lot of comments and interactions thrown his way via his various Discord servers and what have you. And so Brandon would come to make a video responding to these accusations, and I suppose I'll just let you see some of it for yourself.
Hey everyone, Brandon the Brony Pony here. This is a more serious video. Just so you guys know, this video will not be deleted. But basically there's been some allegations going around that I'm an alpha and a predator, and that I've done some inappropriate things to younger girls. Well, I just want to let you all know that is not true. None of that has ever happened. I have never done anything inappropriate with underage girls. I would never do that because I'm better than that. And any kind of rumors you guys hear about that happening, ignore them because they're not true. I just figured I'd dispel these rumors because someone on Discord said they were going to try to get me IP banned, and Discord is my life. I do everything on Discord. So if I got IP banned, that would basically ruin my life. So, yeah, so I just wanted to dispel those rumors because I have not done anything inappropriate with underage girls, and I would never do that. I may have accidentally made someone feel uncomfortable without meaning to, but it was never my intention. And I would never intend to make anyone feel uncomfortable. I'm a very kind-hearted person, and I would never intend to make anyone feel uncomfortable. I promise you that.
Discord is my life. I do everything on Discord. If I got IP banned, it would ruin my life. What a fucking quote. And yet I have no doubt in my mind, if nothing else, he was being 100% truthful when he said that. However, all the same, it seems this video didn't do much in the way of convincing anyone that Brandon wasn't a alpha. I mean, there was some level of video evidence that had to be accounted for. And so I shit you not, the very next day, Brandon would then make another video where he only incriminates himself even worse by him doing some of the worst fake crying that I've ever seen in my life.
Guys, I swear I didn't do it. I didn't do it, okay? I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't do it, guys. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't do it. 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 I didn't do it, guys. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I swear. I'm really upset. I know the other video kind of didn't have mic included, but I swear I didn't do it. I didn't do it, guys. I swear. I'll do anything I can to prove it. I'll do anything I can to prove it, you guys.
This shit goes on for like another 7 minutes, by the way, just repeating the same stuff over and over and over again. However, then a few days later, Brandon would upload one more video on this subject, where he goes through his DeviantArt DMs to try and prove that those DMs in RyanonWIFi's video were fake, which funnily enough ends up accidentally exposing his audience that he had rather weird and goofy ERPs with randos or friends on DeviantArt before.
Hey everyone, so apparently some fake screenshots were released of me being a pal and asking someone to replace Starlight with a dildo. Well, guess what? Those screenshots are not real. Those screenshots were faked, and I'm gonna prove it. I have my screen share right here. Okay, so I'm gonna go through all my chats. These are all my chats. All of my chats right here. And I don't delete any chats. I don't delete any of my chats. I can prove it. These are all my chats. I have to show them. I know they're personal, but these are all my chats. Yeah. These are all my chats right here. See, these are all my chats. Yeah, these are all my chats. And just so you know, guys, that picture of me and Starlight, where I'm holding Starlight in my arms, was made by First Zack Attack. That wasn't made by some random guy on DeviantArt, okay? So that was made by First Zack Attack, and he made that for me as a gift. And I did not ask anyone to replace a dildo with it, okay? So all of you that are trying to fake screenshots of me, stop trying to frame me, because it's not funny, okay? It's not fucking funny. This is a serious fucking video, okay? Okay, I'm really pissed about this, that someone is trying to impersonate me, okay? I'm sorry, this video is not kid friendly. But seriously, someone is trying to make fake screenshots about me, and on my birthday too, no less. Like, on my birthday. I mean, come on. This is not funny, okay? Anyone who's trying to make fake screenshots of me, quit it. I did not do these things, okay? So, I'm sick of people trying to frame me, okay? This is ridiculous. I'm a good person. I don't deserve to be treated like this.
Not to mention him accidentally showing this picture that he was working on, where he was making out with another pony. You really can't make this shit up. Then, as noted by the Kiwi Farms thread OP, quote, Brandon's responses would go past just videos, as he would apparently copyright strike channels who talked negatively of him, though there is no proof of this that I have seen, and would send a fake cease and desist letter to a YouTuber named Cosmic, unquote. Brandon would also go on to note that due to all this internet drama that he had been facing, he had to cancel some of his series, as he was no longer in contact with Zack Attack, since it got around to Zack's parents what Brandon was being accused of. And while Zack wanted to stand by Brandon's side, his parents ultimately made Zack block Brandon on everything, as noted in this interview clip.
I almost did a G5 series, where it's going to be a G5 isekai series, where it's going to be kind of like an audiobook series. But I ended up losing my collaborator for it because of my drama, and it wasn't that he believed it, but his parents did, and they wouldn't let him talk to me anymore, so I couldn't collaborate with him. So I plan on maybe bringing it back one day.
Now, bearing all of this in mind, do you remember back when I said that Brandon uploaded a video titled The Real Truth About Me? Well, it's time we finally round back to that. So let's go through that video and actually read what Brandon had to say about all these accusations and the revelations that came from all of this. Note that this video is edited in an extremely stupid way that kind of makes it difficult to parse all the information, so I'll just be pausing and reading whenever the relevant text shows up on screen. Also bear in mind that as far as I'm aware, this video was not edited by Brandon, and is instead edited by the people behind this entire campaign, as you'll come to see. This is just a re-upload from Brandon because, well, frankly, it's very important that this video stay available for people to see, as you'll come to see.
A fake hack video, obviously.
It's been a while, hasn't it?
I lost friends, I lost my channel, I lost everything because of you and your circle of fucking gremlins.
We decided to get someone to essentially make fake videos so that, we didn't have to take responsibility for being the owners of that account.
Brandon was on the bed with a dildo in his arms.
Meet Lith, our old friend from the PPG or Powerpuff Girls fandom. A Brony intruder and troll since January 1st of 2022.
What the fuck is happening in these little communities? I mean, people are so fucking depressed and shit. Why they have to fucking do shit like this?
Today we're going to be talking about a brony who, in my opinion, is an embarrassment.
You may be wondering how this all happened.
It looks like they're about to take a dump on the couch.
Known as Brandon the Brony Pony.
Those fake screenshots are fucking fake, and it's bullshit that people are trying to fucking frame me. Stop it.
Turns out that Brandon didn't actually like the microphone, so he sent it to the 15-year-old boy so that he would sound better on the impressions, because it was a better mic.
I sent someone a blue snowball mic? No, I sent nobody a blue snowball mic.
I'm Crispy Hansen with Date Night ZBC, and this is To Catch a Filly Fiddler.
But what if I said that Zach is sexually attracted to Brandon?
Help!
The Bronies were gullible bastards.
And to clarify, in his video, it is an active screen recording. He scrolls through the messages. You can hear his mouse wheel click.
False. Mouse never clicked. The fake inspect elemented charts were not being scrolled in real time. Lith was reading from a script. We recorded the fake chats on RyanonWIFi's computer and synced Lith's facecam over the footage in editing software. Hence the facecam cuts, whereas the chat is one consistent recording with some slow motion applied.
He then offers to send the victim his spare blue Yeti microphone Snowball, which he did.
False. Brandon never sent anyone a blue snowball microphone. That blue snowball belongs to Lith.
He's innocent. This is my blue snowball.
This fucking video of RyanonWIFi, my good friend who blew this wide open, scrolling through the messages and then clicking directly on your profile. This is you, Brandon. This is you.
False. This was another fake inspect elemented chat. This version was recorded on Lith's computer to make it look like the fake victim recorded it. We sold this as raw footage despite the fact it was not raw. The footage was cropped in video editing software, cropping out the computer taskbar, which would have displayed time jumps in the edit. Now, if you're a little bit confused, let me explain what all this shit means in easy terms. All the accusations against Brandon in this RyanonWIFi case were fake. It was all being fabricated by this troll named Lith who presented himself as this guy called RyanonWIFi. Though the plot seemingly wasn't to throw Brandon under the bus, but it was instead done as a means of trolling and undermining drama channels talking about the My Little Pony fandom, which it did indeed do, since there were several smaller drama channels that ended up covering this story at the time, with the following being a video by RyanonWIFi himself, again confirming all this and clarifying his overall role in this trolling campaign against Brony drama channels.
RyanonWIFi here. I am an aspiring actor, voice actor and comedian who's been paid over the past 9 months on behalf of my client to conduct a series of trolling videos regarding the My Little Pony community. We've talked about topics such as Brandon the Brony Pony, Brony conventions, Crispy, Dark Herobrine, Punk Rarity and First Sack Attack. I want to make it very clear that I do not know these people personally, they were not my friends, I've never had a real conversation with them in my life. I was just paid to read from a script and present a show that a lot of people thought was real. Maybe I was just a good actor or something. All I know is there's been a lot of trolling going on and I've been paid by these trolls to act like one of them basically. I just wanted to earn some extra money and have fun at the same time. However, some of the trolling went too far. For example, I was told to fake a pedophile story about a YouTuber known as Brandon the Brony Pony. I used Inspect Element to make it look like they had messaged a 15-year-old minor, not knowing that people would take it so seriously. Then came along this Crispy guy who at first I thought was in on the whole trolling thing because they made a video claiming they were a good friend of mine while also reiterating the false pedophile accusations against Brandon the Brony Pony.
A good friend of mine, RyanonWIFi, made a video about Brandon where he went through a DeviantArt DM given to him by an at the time 15-year-old victim.
For the record, this Crispy person was never my friend. I have never talked with him on Discord or anything. He was just a person who got in my DMs because they saw an opportunity to profit from these false pedophile accusations. As I said, I have no idea who these people are. I'm just an actor trying to make some extra cash by making trolling videos for my clients. I feel I had to make this video as well because this Crispy guy seems to think there is like drama between us or something just because someone paid me to make trolling videos about them. This guy needs to understand that he was trolled since the day he met me. Everything has been an act. Nothing was real. Brandon the Brony Pony is innocent. I don't have a problem with Brony conventions. Crispy was never my friend. I was just paid to troll for 9 months. And despite it all being an act, I want to apologise to Brandon the Brony Pony for everything that happened. I just hope you understand that it wasn't anything personal. The fact is I don't know anything about the My Little Pony fandom, so it was easy to troll these bronies for money. Crispy made this assumption that I wanted to be a My Little Pony YouTuber or something. No, I'm just an actor who's been acting like a troll. I hope everyone enjoyed the show. If you want to order my acting services, my email is ryandrawinglikeababybusiness@gmail.com. You can also book me directly through the website known as Fiverr. No more My Little Pony YouTubers though. I want to thank everyone for watching, and I want to thank my client who's invested a lot of time and money into this project over the last 9 months. It has been a lot of fun, but for now it is bye-bye to the bronies and on with a new chapter. Thank you all for watching.
And as noted by RyanonWIfi, this Crispy person, Crispy Hansen, would end up becoming the primary target of this trolling campaign once he so quickly took the bait. Crispy covered other My Little Pony lolcow and drama sort of content up until now, from what I understand. And much of this whole trolling event was a means of trying to make him look like a big dumbass. Now you might be wondering, why did they want him to look like a big dumbass? Why were they baiting him with this? Well, to put it simply, it was because Crispy had already done this before, where he accused someone in the My Little Pony fandom of being a alpha with literally no evidence to back it up. Or in one case, trying to take clips and things out of context to present someone as being a alpha.
Is an innocent man who had totally false allegations thrown at him. And I played a part in those allegations being thrown.
Just looking at the thumbnail alone, Tootsie's being accused of pedophilia, shady dealings, disgusting acts, and being my friend.
Keep the phrase inside joke just locked in your head there.
And this was the moment I immediately burst into laughter.
Tootsie's thirsty. Tootsie's thirsty.
Now, yes, thirsty could mean he's craving some water.
Yes.
Inside joke, guys. Inside joke.
About Blocko Bob and the stalking saga.
Because he was talking shit?
Brandon's friend Zach was outed as the decoy voice shown in one of the stalking clips.
Hello, this is the official face reveal video.
No one is gonna let you get away with it again. I just think it's crazy that, like, someone who did something like that, you know, can cause such a whirlwind in this fandom. You're good. And he goes, I'm just doing it for the lol, you know, I'm doing it for the lols, you know, fucking, I like to see the fandom get angry. I'm not here to be a pony tuber, I'm here to get as many views as I possibly can and over-exaggerate for the show. If even one of us hadn't been strong-willed to see through this, you would have blood on your hands. You would have blood on your hands. You would have blood on your hands. Before anyone comes at me, do you want to know how clearly fake this is? I think what he means by that is me outing his involvement in his crimes of covering it up. So, bye-bye, Zach. Brandon has nowhere to go, nothing to do, he's fucked without an edit.
So in other words, he was just kinda being scummy. Though I will say, it's actually a little bit difficult to fully get much of the full context regarding this Crispy guy, or his side of the story, because not long after this whole situation, he would end up deleting fucking everything from his YouTube channel and wiping pretty much his whole presence off the internet. Though it wasn't because of this Brandon situation, in which he clearly took the bait as these clips showcase, but rather because of an incident that happened shortly after, where he accidentally showed not safe for work art of ponies during a live stream which apparently had at least one child watching at the time. Or at least that's what he was accused of. Apparently the reality is he didn't actually show a minor not safe for work pony artwork at all, but instead he was just actually accused of that with doctored photos to go alongside it. But then, if he didn't actually show a minor not safe for work artwork, why did he delete his channel and everything along with it? Well, according to him, it was because of the stress it was causing him of being falsely accused of being a which is both confusing as well as being rather ironic, considering everything that transpired, and how he did much of the same to other random My Little Pony YouTubers. Now, some of you might be sitting here wondering, so wait, was there anything real from any of that drama then? And did Brandon have any part in this larger trolling campaign, or was he just kind of an innocent bystander of some greater internet incident that he had really no say over? Well, from what I've gathered, at first I thought Brandon had some kind of involvement in all of this, but I'm not exactly sure. I'm pretty sure all of his reactions were genuinely true reactions. Even his fake crying, it seems, had to have been real on some level, because it seems he was not aware of this greater trolling campaign. And to my knowledge, Zach still has him blocked on all social media, so he might have actually lost Zach over this whole situation. And in an incredibly sad update that I am just now seeing as I'm literally editing this video, it would seem that First Zach Attack has actually deleted his YouTube channel. It is unclear as to why he ended up doing this, though I imagine all this drama and getting pulled in all this, not this drama, mind you, this all happened a couple years ago, but maybe more so the fact that so much attention has been put onto Brandon over the last little while, and in addition to him, also Zach Attack, then maybe he decided to clean the slate and just kind of leave all this behind. I can't say I blame him, but at the same time, it is very sad because Zach Attack seemed like a pretty chill dude. So yeah, Brandon just kind of got caught up in this wave of trolling this completely separate brony drama related YouTuber, with him being used as the target. Though I will say, sadly, because of all this, even if it is revealed by the end that none of this was actually real, from an outsider looking in, they probably will look at this video and or just hear about this drama, not do much research into it, and just assume that Brandon is probably a outfit. And as I said before, there is actual weird stuff that I've highlighted from Brandon as far as his behavior and stuff around minors is concerned. But all of these accusations against him seem to be either proven as completely false, usually made by some total fucking idiot that just decided to lie for the sport of it, or they are dubious in claims at best with no real evidence, or in this case, it's just an entire false troll campaign where after it was all said and done, literally everyone except for Brandon essentially deleted everything, making this entire thing so difficult for any outsider to actually see what the hell happened. If it weren't for some of those dedicated people archiving all this stuff during the time it was going on, we probably would still be super confused on what exactly happened, since the video Brandon uploaded, while it does give some context, is ultimately very confusing to see if you aren't aware of everything else that led up to that. It also begs the question, once again, why are there so many bronies that seem to love making false accusations or spreading false accusations on each other? Like seriously, at some point it feels like I'm watching the dumbest game of internet checkers this side of fucking Stupidville. And it also does yet again beg the question, why all these people seem to want to take Brandon down. Though I guess in this case it was more so a case of taking Crispy down, but at the same time, Crispy as well as various other channels latched onto this all started going at Brandon without ever even trying to question if the evidence was real or not. On top of all this, Brandon does have several dedicated trolling channels as well, as in people who pretty much are always just trolling him. And he also seems to be well known on 4chan, with many calling him a sort of king of the bronies. You'll often see comments on sometimes his DeviantArt and on his YouTube channel hailing him as the king for this very reason, in case you didn't know. So perhaps we're actually seeing a strange phenomenon, not unlike the original days of ChrisChan, where there are people who are very dedicated to documenting and watching this guy's every move, and at the same time, also wish to be a part of the greater story that is now being woven as time goes on. But on the flip side, as far as the false accusations are concerned, because there are so many cases that I've shown here today of Brandon being falsely accused of being a pedophilia, it does mean that if there is ever actual evidence that Brandon is doing something with a minor, it now has to be taken with a grain of salt and pursued with extreme caution. Of course, this should always be the case no matter what or who's being accused, but the sheer volume of false accusations run up against how actually weird he is that we can verifiably prove kind of makes me see every one of the trolls who falsely accused him, or even this whole trolling campaign to set up that crispy guy. It's hard for me to not see them as anything but kind of pieces of shit at the end of the day. Not just simply for accusing someone of something heinous and trying to ruin their life, but also because you have now destroyed any possible future if there is actual victims of Brandon, of them ever truly being able to have their voice heard, and in general makes it infinitely harder for anyone who may actually come forward in the future who may actually have legitimate claims against Brandon. I guess what I'm saying is, with every false accusation, you basically gave him another buff to his defense on this entire topic. But of course, this is only a problem if he is indeed actually a predator, I do suppose. And I'm not even gonna pretend that I know the true answer to that. I guess if I'm going with my gut, I'm going to say Brandon probably isn't a full-on pedophilia, as he seems far too obsessed with cartoon characters to even engage with any part of reality at this point, including that of other people, minor or not. But honestly, who knows? I do think if he's going to continue to do the things that he does, he really shouldn't be around children, period. Though, then again, I also think that kids shouldn't be online, period. And they should definitely not be anywhere near Discord, where people like Brandon seem to roam free and express their degeneracy without much care. So if he's gonna go into these Discord servers that are dubious enough to say 13+, he should really keep his fetishes and his sexual deviancy to himself, in private, or with consenting adults. Or I guess presented in his various drawings and YouTube videos, since that makes it funny. I will say that to my knowledge over the last few years, Brandon has managed to keep his nose clean outside of the drama that he was unwillingly pulled into. So if he continues to do that, then fair enough.
One thing I really admire about you, Brandon, is we all have these fantasies of like going to Equestria and what our lives would be there, or being with our waifus or our favorite ponies. And something I admire about you is that you make your like vision a reality. You've shown you work on it, and you have so much to show for it. And I find that admirable.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I basically, honestly, when I first started doing YouTube and started doing like audios and stuff, originally I was just doing it for myself. But then originally when I made Brony Meets Equestria, I was just doing it for myself. I was just doing it to post it on YouTube, but I never really expected it to gain as huge of a following as it did. I was originally just doing it for myself and just posting it and
I would go into the last or most current episodes of Brandon's Equestria Girls and our mini Brony series, but perhaps if you're interested in those enough by now, you can either go check them out for yourself and witness all the cringe there, or in the near enough future, I can do a stream where we can look at some of his more recent videos and any new projects that he might have come out with between now and then. Once again, a sort of look at what the peeps we've covered on this channel have been up to, sort of thing. As a general final note though, Brandon's story is far from over. He's still very much creating his various series that I've highlighted today. He's still making new ones like the Gravity Falls dating sim that well, frankly, based on the premise, doesn't sound very good. Although that might just be a new animatic series that he's doing now. It's not really clear, so I guess we'll see what it is when it comes out. It's a real shame that Brandon lost Zach, his best friend, through all this fake drama bullshit. It's probably the greatest tragedy of the whole thing, if I'm gonna be honest, because the two of them's live-action series was some of the best stuff on the channel, and something I simply wish there was more of. I'd love a live-action series of Brandon, but he may have to actually go outside his comfort zone, by which I mean go outside of his house, in order to do such a series justice. And yet, I know such a series would definitely be cherished by all, if he put in the effort to actually make it happen. Though of how obsessed he is with escaping reality and going into the world of anywhere else, this may never come to pass. And you know, funnily enough, despite him being such a huge Persona 5 fan, it would seem that he missed a rather large point about it thematically, that being about self-improvement and kindling true bonds. That these two together can make you a stronger, greater, more well-rounded person. And well, Brandon, to put it simply, is a man who would rather live in fantasy than in any part of reality. He'd rather be in relationships with cartoon characters than to try and forge real bonds with another person. In a way, you could say he's built a palace in his very own metaverse called YouTube. And while it certainly can be quite creative, and is keynote internet content as far as I'm concerned most of the time, when you do get past all the cringe, the creepiness, and the bizarreness of it all, it's hard not to come away looking at the whole thing as sort of sad, even just the littlest bit, you know? I suppose if all this makes him happy, and he's not actually hurting anyone and stays in his own little lane, then I suppose I'll keep enjoying his stuff. But still, I'd say that in looking at Brandon's channel, one could certainly take it as one of the most extreme examples of the dangers of being self-absorbed in one's own fetishes and desires, and then sharing that with everyone else in the world. That while you may think it's freeing to let go of all the shame and express your inner most bizarre desires to the whole world, in reality, all it really does is put you in a tiny little box, trapped forever to be known as a weirdo who can't get enough pony ass, forever dooming you in the perpetual cycle of degeneracy, mockery, and most of all, loneliness. But hey, on the other hand, it's pretty fucking funny.
Twilight Sparks has got it going on. 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 Twilight, can I come over after school? After school, we can talk about magic, it'd be so cool. Magic is cool. Did you finish up your royal decree? Royal decree. Are you free or busy with some new duty? New duty. You know I'm not the little human I used to be. I'm all grown up now, Twilight, can't you see? Twilight Sparks has got it going on. She's all I want and I've waited for so long. Twilight, can't you see you're the only man for me? It may be wrong or right, but I'm in love with you, Twilight.